Okay. That was 62 meters for my longest. Way, like, behind that. Ooh. Oh, really?
Yo, I got a fury kill, all of them being headshots in a nasty spawn trap. It was so nice.
That's what he gets for hitting me. Right there, that's what he gets. 3 snipes. Boom! Oh, fuck me! Okay. Woo! Woo!
Who did such a thing?
LJ.
High play, bro.
They're pieces of shit, aren't they?
Shit, contact. Ah!
Can't be a shield if you guys take off without me.
Oh, I found him.
Get it, bitch! By the way, that was a tomahawk.
Oh, that's Grim.
That was a tomahawk.
Oh, fuck me. I missed the building, landed on them, but...
I'm fucking dead.
Really? No, you're not getting it. Why are you even asking?
Get brain, bitches.
Fuck them up.
Jedi Master Grogu with the posture check. I appreciate you, boo-boo. A rapier? Belt of incredible dexterity 4. To my left.
Dig.
It hurts. It hurts.
There you go, right there, marked.
Travel to indicated safe zone.
They're on the low side of that hill?
They're right there
no,
by
he's
the tree.
about to
No,
look at you.
That second one was a quick scope. That dude's dead. Oh, he hit me. Oh, bitch!
As well.
I need a sight for...
Though I need to update my card because I got a new one. Damn, I had to get a new one.
Holy
because it was
fuck,
running
you guys
out. I
are
was
moving.
like,
I was not paying attention.
Vehicle coming up behind.
where's up then?
Vehicle coming up behind.
Get him, Gerb.
He's alone.
Oh!
You disgusting man.
Oh! Dude, I heard the scream, was wondering where the hell it came from, and then out of fucking nowhere I get dive bombed. Oh my gosh. That was grand. That
Gun, that's cute.
Hostiles have established multiple UAVs.
Oh, no, I got lost back on my ball. What the fuck?
Hostile CUAV detected. Friendly tactical
He's there with the
beacon
shield.
online.
He gets a shield like every fucking 5 seconds, dude.
Good
That
fight.
shield takes like
Time
30
get
minutes to
paid.
come back. Only kid that went positive on the entire team.
Back in the deli. I've already got one.
Sit rep. Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Where's that other backpack at you were talking about?
Inside the crack house. I want to say in the bottom.
It's funny you say crack house, and I know exactly what you're talking about.
Come on, man. There is no mist.
Oh! Wow! 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 Like, tell me how funny that shit is. Hey, is that a raiding party right there? Fuck yeah, let's go. What the fuck?
Your end is now.
We work in the dark to serve the light. Welcome to Grimster's Hideout.
Bing. What's up, guys? We're starting off with some more Tyranny today. We got a lot of talking to do this morning. Which means a lot of reading. I got a whole cup of water over here for this, so we're good. But yeah, so we ended a little earlier yesterday too. Dude, this is a lot of reading. Like, at the beginning of the day, I'm good. Like, my throat's good. I'm ready. And then, like, after 5 hours of reading nonstop out loud, like, that shit's rough, man. That shit is really rough. But it's okay. Also, this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon, I have to do some more maps. So that'll be done in Discord. I usually stream them in Discord when I make them. Some people don't want to see them, which is fine, so they're sitting there and talk to me, which is really awesome. But yeah, so more map building to be done this week. Yeah, that's about it, man. So I guess let's get into this. We gotta talk to this dude some more, because we kind of skipped through some of his shit yesterday. So yeah, let's get into it, man. Also, we got new games. We got Starbound, which we're going to play at some point with Z, so with Xandor. We have Wildermyth, which we're also probably going to play with Xandor at some point. And the last one we got is, shit, it's the last something. It's like a tower defense kind of game. But yeah, it's like a roguelite tower defense kind of game, so we'll play that at some point too. Fatebinder, let's see. What do you do here as one of the leaders? I'm the only true leader, as I've said before, but I won't belabor the point. 3 years ago, I stumbled across the old walls, and very quickly found I wasn't alone. A clutch of hungry and sick tearsmen had stumbled upon this enclave as well. I had come here to escape Kyros's forces, but I'm nothing if not driven by, what is that, nobilis oblige? I decided I'd weigh anchor for a bit and help out. His staff dips into the pool at his feet, sending ripples across its surface. Water was both the problem and the solution. These refugees were surrounded by it, but couldn't drink it without picking up whatever old walls induced disease lived within. Withering rot, we call it. What's wrong with the water down here? The streams that run through these old walls have something foul about them. Some suggest the Bane do it. Some suggest the Bane do their business upstream, and that taints the water. I suspect the problem is less scatological in origin, but likely mystical all the same. Whatever it is, it leads to fever, seizures, eventually death. I've been able to concoct a remedy, if administered in time, and I can mix the solution with water to make it drinkable. But untreated, the water here is a death sentence. And these people accepted your leadership willingly? Did I knock them around first? Is that what you're asking? No. They were survivors of some battle where Cairn brought a keep down on their heads and opened a route to this enclave in the process. They were starving, lost, terrified of the Bane. They came to me for help. Since my magic can keep them safe, times sure have changed. Folks begging a tidecaster to save them and all. Strange how the general attitude towards our school shifted dramatically when Kyrus's minions marched into town. What happened with the Withering Rot? You waste away in agonizing fashion. That's the short of it. The water here slakes thirst for a moment. Those poisoned reported feeling dry no matter how they drank. They'd be pissing and shitting out more than you put in while being desperately thirsty all the time. Your skin shrivels and cracks. Eventually you die. What's up, Wolfette? What's up? It's been a long time. A pathetic, desiccated husk of a person. That's what I found when I first happened upon the wound. A lot of scared, dying folks that weren't long for this world. Nobody was going to right that ship except me, so I stayed and they lived. To a tidecaster, these are trivial matters. So long as I'm here, making a solution to purify the water is a simple matter. I make life here possible. It's a difficult burden, but I'm honored my talents are put to good use. Tell me about the tidecaster. She didn't wax nostalgically already. Wait, what? Apparently my information is out of date. I sure thought I was the last of our school, but apparently I hadn't looked under the rock you'd been calling home. We are the students of Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides. She is one of the founding pioneers of the Tiers, and her school has been the longest running institution of learning in the peninsula. Don't listen to what the sages say. Why didn't you leave with the others? I was one of the few who stayed, and why not? This is my home. I don't care about Kyrus's war or the slaughter sport of these Archons, but I also wasn't about to sail west to die of starvation on the high seas. The promised lands are a lie. The ocean goes onward, or maybe you fall off the edge, or wrap around to the east coast of Teradus, and land right in Kyrus's lap. If I'm to die, let it happen in my father's coast, and my mother's land. So what's been going on? What have you been doing since the school's departure? I spent the first few spans dealing with some unfinished business. A half-dozen sages had wronged some friends of mine, and I'll admit, vengeance occupied me for a time. When Kyrus's forces came, I decided to stay far from the beaten path. I set out to the mountains to find privacy. This place was serendipity writ large. When others stumbled upon this place, it somehow shifted from hovel to home. I did not expect or ask for the responsibility of caring for these people, but now that I wear it, the mantle is comforting. What did you do in the school before the war? What was your title? Exactly. I don't think we ever had a ceremonial office for the instructor most dedicated to diddling the students. Oh, shit. Oh, come off it. You enjoyed that privilege as much as I did. Besides, they listen more closely if you make them feel special. Oh, Christ, dude. Provost of Antiquities was the official title. My life's work was the curation of the school's past, the relics, the sermons of Occulted Jade, the life stories of the Tidecaster's elders past. That sort of work. A fellow historian. I didn't realize the Tidecasters gave a care to the historical record. I wonder how your notes would compare to the Chronicles of the Sages. I'm sure I could fill in countless gaps in your accounting. The Tidecaster glares at Lantry with contempt. A quiet hiss escapes Ebb as she turns to Lantry, a sour expression splashed across her face. Ah, yes. Let the historical record note that Lantry takes the hint. Coughing nervously, the sage takes several steps back and falls silent. Oh, great. So both Lantry and Ebb are both wearing the same, like, headdress. So it's kind of like you have to really look at their pictures to see which one's which. Oh, nice. What are you going back to school for? My personal interest has always been fluid magics of our school. Most of the school embraces the mighty power of Gravelight. I almost can't blame them. For me, water, mist, ice, and fog have always been more immediate, more real, more worthy of understanding. Culinary. Ah, you're going to be a cook. Gotcha. Or a chef, whichever one you prefer. Why didn't the Tidecasters stay and fight Kairos? Oh, what the fuck? You aren't that far off from the truth, at least for many of the tidecasters. The high seas are truly home. Dude, I skipped one. The truth is, our Archon lacked the will to resist. Scores of tidecasters craved war, but lost heart at the notion of facing the enemy without the occulted jade leading the charge. How do you purify the water? It's impossible to convey the intricacies, but suffice it to say I must infuse water with grave light energy. This, combined with trace amounts of alcohol and beastman blood, counteracts the mortifying effects of the old wall's water. I see that look in your eye. Worry not, the beastmen willingly gift these vital fluids when they can. What's this? This game is a... Do you remember, back in the day when I played, like, Pillars of Eternity? I know you weren't here for Pathfinder Kingmaker, but you remember Pillars of Eternity? Actually, you saw me play Pathfinder. You saw me play the beginning of Pathfinder. It's kind of like that. This game is very, very similar to that. This one just has... This one's not voice acted near as much as any of the other ones. Like, Pillars was more voice acted than this game was. So it's kind of like everything that somebody says, you gotta read out. That's the only downside to it. Like, if I wasn't streaming it, it would be extremely easy. I could just read and go. But since I'm streaming, I like to read it all so that nobody else has to read it. But yeah, it's like those games. It's a tiring process, but it produces clean and restorative water. Jaspos's product is an amateur's imitation and will never sustain this place in the long run. That's why I've taken on Insipid Monikir as my apprentice. Safeguard this process, and unlike most, she knows when to stay out of my way. What should I know about Jaspos? His eyes glaze over at the mention of his rival's name. If only that rock pounder would just shut up. He loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, yet you're talking like a motherfucker. He grips the roping on his wrist, squeezing it with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, his forge is on the upper level, so his soliloquies flow down here to ensure my misery. This place has better acoustics than the Academy of Tides. Lucky me. He thinks because he can cleanse the water, not as well as I do, mind you, that he can pontificate at all hours of the day. I nearly drowned myself once rather than listen to one of his tirades. You know, but I knew the moment my body was discovered, he'd be raining another righteous speech about cowardice down upon my corpse. That wouldn't do. Look, I say it plain, Jaspos has a big mouth, and he talks incessantly about transforming Bastard's wound into something great. But the truth is that he's just out for himself. He slams his staff into the ground, mouth quivering as he speaks. I built this place from nothing, and he thinks he can come in and claim it when the hard work has already been done. Not on my watch. I heard a beast woman here once held sway. Cocks an eyebrow. Reef Talon. Curious case, that one. She pawed her way into the caves a year ago with her cubs. A vicious fighter, for certain. Bane of the Bane, I like to say. She took charge of the tribe, but had a curious way about her. The most fascinating beast I'd ever met. Oddly pensive, strangely polite, prone to bathing. Things really got unusual when, after a bloody dust-up with the Bane, Reef Talon healed some other members of the patrol with her touch. I can't say heal without a straight face. Those who had their wounds tended by Reef Talon felt spectacular for a few days, but by week's end, a whole host of new maladies overtook them. Reef Talon was a mystic. She claims she wasn't, and I've never known a beast to downplay her strengths, but as sure as water's wet, she could mend wounds with a mere touch. She must have had some training. Having seen what her healing did, hindsight tells me why she would be hesitant to discuss her mystics training. What sort of problems happened to those who were healed? It started subtly. Oh man, that word. I know how to say it, but like, Jesus. Really, folks treated by Reef Talon just slept a little less each night. At first, claiming they felt too hale and hearty to sit in bed. Later, they'd be exhausted from days spent waking, yet unable to sleep. The old tidecaster shifted his weight with a sigh. After days of being sleepless, other things would start to go on. Tempers, memories. Worst of all, a few who could work sigils lost the talent. Imagine spending an afternoon listening to Jaspos droning on about the virtues of pulverizing stone. He'd be frustrated and exhausted, somewhat murderous in intent. But for some reason, you can't sleep. Night turns to day, which turns to night. We took to calling those affected the sleepless, and warned others of what became from those cured by Reef Talon. What became of Reef Talon? A few spanned back a patrol of disfavored were in the mountains, searching areas struck by Karen's magic. So they said. Well, they stumbled upon our refuge, and being disfavored, were shocked and appalled, not just by our squatting in the old walls, but by the beastmen living with us. A few even deferred to Reef Talon during the parley, and seeing humans look to a beast woman was rather appalling to those iron thugs. The meeting quickly turned violent. Man leads beast, not the other way around. Such things should not require an explanation. We bested the disfavored, but Reef Talon fled during the altercation. I guess a combination of guilt from warping her fellows with magic and feeling the shame that her presence roused the disfavored to attack us. I have no proof, but I think Reef Talon fled to save us from her. There's plenty of folks who hate her, but I, for one, don't think her actions were even malicious. Protecting this place is all she cares about, and she probably realized she had to go to save us all. Regardless of her specific motivation, I'm certain she fled deeper into the old walls, not topside. Someone claims she dove into the water, another claims she accessed a teleporter. Either way, she hasn't been into the village since the disfavored arrival. If anyone can survive the depths of the old walls alone, it's Reef Talon. That said, she's been gone a while now, and I'm not sure I'd wager money on her survival to date. What happened to the sleepless? When Reef Talon fled, almost all the sleepless went with her. Whether they chased her out of anger or fear of being deserted, I don't know. You might find a few here in the refuge, but most of them have taken their chances in the depths of the old walls. Isley, a woman whose life is already marred by the tragedy of wedlock to Jaspos, was the last person healed by Reef Talon. She is still cognate. Coggin? Who knows how long that'll last? Poor woman. Sleepless grow more detached from reason with each day spent waking. I half imagine most went into the old walls to find death at the talons of the Bane. If I lost the ability to rest, if my magic was taken from me, I'd probably do the same. That's all for now. Good. Okay. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, can I actually speak to the merchants now? Fatebinder! There's not a lot of trade in the world, and little of that in magical goods. If you need scribbles or mixtures gleaned from our forays into the old walls, I'm the one to ask. What can you tell me about Bastard Ruins? Not a bad place to carve out a little bit of life. Better than the war topside, anyway. Wagstaff started things, and he's been capable hand on the rudder, if that makes sense. Real father-like. As if he's got a stake in it. What is this? Wagstaff. Oh, she's part of the Wagstaff people. Gotcha. That overpuffed bricklayer Jaspos, on the other hand, he's just like everything, or every other shit comes south with conquest. Just looking for a way to bend the tears over and ram his poker up. She clears her throat. Got a bit away from myself there. You know that collecting and distributing forbidden lore from the old walls is a serious crime as settling in them. Well, let's just see what you got. Cerulean scales. What the fuck? Conductive. 15% shock damage on hit. Oh, okay. Lightning core. Ooh, that's a core? You already know this one. And precise action. I'm gonna grab that. Ooh, whoa. Why would I do 20 lightning cores? I just want one. I'm gonna look like all my money back so fast. Okay, so let's go to him and learn. And learn. So we go here. We have a lightning core now with directed force. Woo! Ball lightning, dude. What's up? Conjure a wrathful orb of electrical energy and direct it across the battlefield. The orb moves slowly, but when it passes through an enemy, it emits a powerful burst of shock damage to all nearby foes. So that's that thing that they were sending at me. This is fulmination. Release several waves of electrical energy, charging enemies with shock vulnerability. Following the final wave, unleash all contained energy upon foes in a violent surge of power. Whew. Okay. Electric jolt. Electrocute the target with a huge bolt of entwining lightning, dealing shock damage and stunning them. And charged fist. So that one is like literally right up on them. Can I move this over? No. Okay, so let's go to this one. He's got 112 lords. She's got 89. Sigil of Spell Surge. What else does it actually do to it? Nothing, just that. Okay, so cooldown 1 minute 60. Okay, so that's a cooldown reductor. Damn, that's 115. Sigil of Precise Action 4. Okay. Sigil of Strength. That puts it at 90, which is right out of her wheelhouse. And then we have Sigil of Range and Range. Bounce range 9 meters. Okay, so this one is going to make it 90. If I do Sigil of Range 2, that puts it at 110. And he can use it. Yes. So, now, if I take this, and I take this accent off, and this accent off, she can just use the basic ball lightning. So now we've got two really powerful spells. A weary-looking man observes you through dark sunken eyes, nodding faintly as you approach. Fateminder, greetings to you. Rostam Link, son to the late Rostrum Volus. I saw you in the Bastard City shortly after Tunon's arrival. We've come a long way from there, then, haven't we? Continue. Tell me about yourself and Rostrum House. I think you're well acquainted with the manor and its grounds at this point. My father's legacy and my inheritance reduced to rubble and ash. They call it the Shattered Bastion. Rostam House is but a memory now, prior to Kairos' arrival. We were a successful merchant family with routes that extended from Azur's capital to Arden's coasts. My father never married, but that didn't stop him from asserting control over these lands. Tearsman, law be damned, I'm all that remains of his 3 heirs. But what do you do here personally? Shouldn't you be leading this settlement? Is this a face worthy of leadership? No, I lack my father's ambition. I've seen where it leads. Besides, I have little to offer these folks beyond a memory of more optimistic days. Hail. My father would be enraged if he saw me today, pacing the mushroom beds or leading swine to slaughter. This life may not be worth much, but it's something at least. How was Rostrum Manor destroyed? Suppose my father's optimism was to blame. Before the Overlord's forces even set foot in the bastard tier, my father invited tiersmen of all persuasions into these walls to resist Kairos. Didn't matter who you were. Once the tier fell, Karen arrived to make an example of my family. That monster sundered the whole damn mountain, along with my home. My family was killed by the very walls meant to protect them. I was the luckiest, merely pinned by the stone column I clutched as the floor heaved from Karen's onslaught. His maimed arm quivers from some unknown exertion. Eventually, a single finger extends downward and points to his right leg, heavily scarred and bent at an unnatural angle. My fighting days are done, Fatebinder, even if I hate the Overlord more than ever. That's highly unusual for your father to claim land ownership. He didn't cleave to tradition. I'm sure that passing women, the land, and stuffing men aboard the ships made sense when our ancestors needed cleaner lines of inheritance. Men drown so women wear the crown, as they say. My father never set foot in water. Goes to show how you can overcome any eccentricity if your coffers are full of rings. They speak more persuasively than you or I ever could. I must be going. I was hoping that he was going to be like a merchant. Okay, so we know that there's...
See what I see?
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, there's a portal over there. Whoa! Okay.
Gnaw and braise bones and savor death! Hot slick on tongue!
Okay.
I doubt the Bane care much for day versus night. Guarding this place must require constant vigilance.
Right.
Okay, those are cloth. No. And no. Well, what's really funny is that the deflection and disengagement defense is actually pretty decent. Yeah, I'm gonna pick that up and then put this in there. Oh, let's go grab that first. That's all gonna go in there. Okay, I don't see anything else over here. Stone Stalker Beast Woman. Alright, let's talk to her. Inspid Monarchy. Welcome to our little refuge, Fatebinder. You here to help us keep the wounds clear of the Bane? And she is part of Wagstaff. She is his second, I think. Are the Bane constantly showing up like that? Welcome to our headache. The way the Bane come and go, you'd think the teleporters were beaded curtains. Lucky for us, the beasts seem to love killing the Bane. They'll put in more hours on sentry duty than any human, and I welcome the extra sleep. What's through that portal? That goes deeper into the untamed old walls. We send patrols out to sharpen the beast's claws and lighten the numbers of the Bane, but we haven't exactly mapped it. How'd you get that name? Figured it was smarter to ask the voices for a name rather than let my gang boss do it. I figured wrong. I could have been shits for days or bleeding sores if I'd waited long enough. Even hindsight would be more appropriate. What do you do here exactly? Whatever Wagstaff wants. Guess you can call me an apprentice. I can read, which is more than most can say. He's teaching you our ways. I'm sorry you have a fool for a teacher, but you have been given a great honor. Do not squander it. It's more subtle than the red work of the chorus, but I don't mind a change of pace. So the blue is to honor Wagstaff? Exactly. Fucker iced half of my gang with his spells, so now I fight for him. Those are the rules. In a twisted way, I think the voices would approve. Not that his approval is any safer than his wrath. I'll be going now. Oh, shit. Okay.
On it.
Let's see. Denizen, skirmisher. Oh, there's another merchant. Veteran. Beastwoman elementalist. Oh, there's another staff. Staff of Titans. It's probably not as good as either of the staffs that they're running. Nope. And nope. So we put this and this on him. And put that in there. Yeah, we'll put that in there too. Sorcerer, Razor Scout, Reaver, Merchant, and Axios. If you're wall smart, shop. Wall smart. What? That's what I always say. Also, this is wall smart. Welcome. Sounds good. You almost got it. Thank you kindly, friend. And they say fate binders don't have a sense of humor. I stock the staple foods and potions you'd expect from an Azure merchant at a haven value. All in the comfort of the old walls. What can you tell me about the Bastard's Wound? It's fantastic. So long as the beast keeps the bane away. Wagstaff's lads and lasses have been making short work of them too. And he keeps the waters from, well, let's just say you'll want to get your water from him or Jaspos, I suppose. Nothing against him. But he's a bit of the old northern blowhard to him. No offense to you, of course. Your blow seems entirely soft hurt. That's not bitter, is it? I'll shut up now. Let's see what you have to offer, dude. As you wish. Cheapest in the wound. Alright, let's just sell all this shit to him. And this, let's see. Imperator's Old Walls Regalia. Scandalous on armor. What is this? Light armor. Nude. Wait, what? A popular legend of the Tears ridicules Imperator Thesanix, like a likely mythic northern warlord who wore the invisible armor he purchased from an adventurous raider of the Old Walls, could protect him from any and all harm. Those who suggested he had been swindled here, or were publicly fed to sharks. While Thesanix may never have existed, this armor certainly does, probably. Oh my gosh, yeah, no. No, thank you. Greater healing potions, fruit, water. Let's see. Let's go ahead and buy. You know what? Fuck it. We'll buy all 5 of those. Alright.
I'm not sure
Bloom
what
of
surprises me more. How calm these beastmen are, or how comfortable the others are with their presence.
Merchant Nereid. Good day to you, Fatebinder. Let me be the first to tell you that all of my licenses are well in order. Signed and sealed this very year. No reason at all to ransack my cart or confiscate my goods. I trade in whatever I can get my hands on these days. Care to have a look? What can you tell me about Bastard's Wound? What is there to say? Living in the depths of the Old Walls ain't exactly a wise man's dream, but neither is living under the constant threat of raiders. At least down here, my back gets watched by beasts. Jaspos seems to have a pretty good handle on how things should be done. He's certainly more of a people person than Wagstaff. But that don't mean the Tidecaster's a bad person or nothing. Can't exactly stay in touch with supply lines down here, but at least I have customers with nowhere else to go. Let's see what you have. Just this way. Greater healing potion. Remarkable sigil of strength. And That's expensive. Bronze ingots. Healing potion times 6. We'll take all those. I'll take all those. You know what? Fuck it. We'll take all this shit. Well, maybe not. Hold on. Those are expensive. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. So let's put these on him. Take these. Put these on him. Alright. Steadfast insignia, huh? Alright, so let's open this. Oh shit, we got a fucking sword to sell. Oh shit. I mean, tread carefully. Will not rescue if human falls into water. The heavy odors of musk and urine loiter around these matted straw nests, making their proximity to the sleeping tents to the west all more surprising. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Think I found something.
Oop, 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 there's something there. Heyo. Oh, that can go in the... Oh shit. There's so much loot here. It's just all sellable shit. Except for that. Ooh. A bronze javelin. Telesophia, huh? Oh shit. She's strung up. Broad-shouldered woman in a disfavored raiment dangles against a nearby column, suspended by her wrists, though still garbed in the iron breastplate of her unit. She is without helmet and appears unusually at ease. Her compromised position. A nearby settler engages in friendly conversation with the disfavored. She peers down at him, listening with dutiful patience. The last lure hooked that trout just fine, but it took the whole thing downstream with it when the knot gave out. I wrapped the line several times, just like you said. You aren't fibbing me, are you, Sophia? What stays your hand, Fatebinder? We must right this injustice immediately. What's the soldier's crimes? Her? Oh, it's hardly my place to say. Far be it for me to posture like I'm a leader or lawbringer. Looks like you have company. Talk later, Sophia. Good hunting, then. Settler turns away, and the bound soldier takes note as you approach. Tell us, Sophia, to find you in the cesspool of trespassers. Oh shit, he shakes her head. Or he shakes his head. Worry not, we shall release you from this bondage at once. Wait, who the... Barrick, is that you? No, please leave me be. I am sworn by duty to slay these fools, and sworn by honor to see to their safety. It is easier to have no choice in the matter. I've judged them free to live, so I can't exactly set a killer loose. You'd rather stay up there? Even if you set me free, I'm too hungry to fight. It's the only thing I'd have the mind to do. The time will come when I can free myself, and I will grab the opportunity with both hands. She clenches her pale fingers into fists. I'd salute an officer of the court, but I'm somewhat indisposed at the moment. How did you end up on that column? A few span back, after Karen was finally declared rogue, the general wanted folks looking for what made Karen lose his sanity, or his loyalty, depending on your outlook. My unit played escort for a team of Earthshakers as they retraced Karen's journey through the tiers. We were headed to the Gates of Judgment and came across a crevasse, which happened to be, well, she gestured upwards with her head. A middle-aged woman walks by clutching a woven basket, giving Telesophia a wave. The disfavored soldier nods in return. Good day, UCO. She watches the passing settler before returning her attention to you. You sure seem to be on good terms with the locals. They're rather lovely folk, despite all of them being Cairo's mocking scum, deserving slow deaths. She attempted a limited expression of a shrug. Where was I? We paused to investigate, only to find this nest, this hive, trespassers living with beasts as equals, all of it an abomination. There was no choice but to put them to the sword. We fought well, but our advance fell apart when that coward Argane threw up his arms and surrendered. He broke ranks and left us exposed. If I hadn't been knocked senseless, I would have executed him myself. Woke up hoisted up on this wall, and I've been here ever since. How are you still alive? Graven Ash protects. The General's Aegis can sustain us through far more trying circumstances. She maneuvers her shoulders in a dim approximation of a salute. My wrists are mangled, and I've been tired and hungry for longer than I can remember, but I'm far from death's door. Settlers feed me just enough to keep me going. She glances down at her dirt-encrusted armor. I'm sure I smell worse than the beastman dung heap, though. Why don't the settlers just execute you? They have, in a sense. The beast woman leader of the local pack ordered that I be strung up until dead. Guess she didn't understand Ash's Aegis, so who's laughing now? Nobody wants to anger the resident Bane hunters, so the beasts must have their way. I have plenty of time to get acquainted with the locals while I perish. It's almost a pity they're all doomed under Kairos. Leave, I must be going. Oh man. Okay, fucking Telesophia.
A forge bound in the old walls? Seems a nerve-wracking place to work.
Huh. Oh, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yes. Fucking exquisite armor. So I need exquisite gloves and exquisite boots, and then I'll be good. I'll be decked out in all exquisite shit. I'll talk to the Forge Bound in a minute. I have a lot of people to talk to. Ooh, iron ingots, huh? Alright, so take all that. Oh, man. Alright, let's put that here. So there's exquisite. So I lose an armor and gain recovery, so I don't want that. But let's go to him and check out this. No. Let's go to her. Yes. So we're kind of just trading shit out as we go. I think I'm gonna take her and hide her helmet. Yeah, I like that more. So take and hide her helmet so that you actually see her hair. Her hair is like wild and frizzy. I have a bunch of shit to sell again, apparently. Okay, so we've had this to read for a hot minute, so I think we're going to go ahead and read it. You unfurl the missive to see your reply from earlier. Whether the original sender is lost or dead is unknown. But what is clear is that the carrier bird that first delivered word from Sage L was unable to find its original sender, and so has circled back to you with your undelivered missive. What? Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can talk to this other merchant real quick. Greetings, Fatebinder. Oh shit, what is she a part of? Jaspos. I think I speak for all the Forge Bound when I thank you for your graciousness in regard to our little community. We don't normally barter our weapons and armors, but for a person as such as yourself, I'll gladly make an exception. Would you care to browse our works, or was there something else I could help you with? What can you tell me about Bastard Wound? I never expected to be making a home in the old walls, that's certain, but between our efforts and Master Jaspos' guidance, we've built this place something like a home. If we can find a better solution for the water issue. Nothing against Wagstaff, he has my admiration as a community founder, but being the first settler and being first among the settlers are two wholly different things. Let's see what you have to offer. I think you'll be impressed, Fatebinder. Even with the limited resources available in the Wound, the Forge Bound craft the finest creations in all of Teradus. Alright. Woo! Okay, shit. Do I want that masterwork armor? I think I fucking do. Oh yeah, that's the same. Tenderizer. And Gore Thrust. Woohoo! My first masterwork. Alright, so let's look at him. And look at Tenderizer. So it's more DPS, less recovery, more armor pen, and what about Gore Thrust? Negative. So I would gain 0.5 bonus damage for every 1% of missing health. Dude, okay. I think we're gonna go ahead and grab that. And sell that. Trade. And boom. Oh, hang on, that's a one-handed weapon? Oh, dude, I'm so fucking stupid. I'm an idiot. Fuck. So we do 30 to 38 slash and 20. Yeah, we'll rebuy that bullshit. Because I'm an idiot, didn't see that it was one-handed and not two-handed. Recipe, Colossus Extract. New Spire Infirmary recipe available. Wait, what? Oh, I don't have an infirmary yet, so that's cool. Alright, Mel. I think we already talked to you. Fateminder, you returned. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we've already talked to Mel. Alright, so we have quite a few people to talk to up here. What exactly is that? Bastard's Wound Farm. Denizen Domicile. Okay, I can actually go in there, never mind. I didn't think I could go in there because I thought it was going to lead further down into the Bastard Wound, but apparently it's just a house. Or an area for them to sleep or some shit, so apparently I can go in there and not worry. Let's just loot. Looty loot loot. And Denizen, a Fatebinder, just what the wound needs. That's what they're all gonna say. Yeah, alright. So, I guess I can run to the other one and go inside it, too. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. No. Forget that it doesn't bring it up for the whole... Alright, bink. So we're gonna run all the way over here and go in here, and then we're probably gonna check out the farm, because there's an area to go to the farm, so we'll save before we go to that. And then, we will probably go up and talk to the last dude here. And then see where that leads, because we may end up having to go further into the old walls, for this, which I'm assuming that's what we'll end up having to do. We'll just put all this away. Yep. If we ever decide to sell all of our other shit, man, we'll be looking pretty good. Like, if we ever decide to actually sell, like, all of our food and stuff that we have, because we have tons of fucking food. By the way, I brought a snack up here today. So even though I'll get hungry, I won't have to take off technically early. Alright, so let's head over here. We have this zone and, Jaspos still to talk to, and I think that's it. This, I think, is the farm, it says. So before we actually go through, I am going to hit a save game. Let's delete this bullshit. Delete this bullshit. Delete this bullshit. And save on our primary save. Is today the 14th? No, it's the 15th. Okay. And let's go. Let's see where this leads. Watch it be a whole nother area just like this one.
We should take a closer look.
Oh, okay. What is that? Perception distance. Torrential water plummets down from the jagged openings in the old walls, churned by their passage. Churned by their passage to the ancient tunnels. A cool mist brushes your face, smelling faintly of dust and decay. Ugh. What up, Tycho?
Do we have time to do a survey of the flora? For research purposes, of course.
Some exquisite stuff. Damn, there's a lot of people to talk to. Faint illumination from the sky above limbs the jagged edges. Hold on. Limbs the jagged edges of the fractured old walls overhead. Far below, you can make out the flickering dots of the torchlight, marking the wound community. I keep hitting the little tilde button, and it says enter command. So I'm assuming there's console commands on this. Alright, so... Okay, let's check all this shit out that we just got. So we got merchant's boots, which are cloth. Negative. Heavy leather is no good. And... that's leather over cloth. It's still light armor, though. Alright. Bronze mace and nobleman's tunic. Alright, let's go back to him. Yeah, no. Let's go to him. And we're good. So we can just sell all the rest of that shit.
Do you have eyes on this?
What do we see? Oh. There's nothing there. Okay. What up, Kledos? Kledos, seeing you approach, he straightens up to seem a little taller. Wasn't expecting to see a Fatebinder down here. Name's Kledos, protector of the farm. He announces it like a title. You may have heard of me. I assure you we have not. Not at all. So, you need me for something. Despite his armor, you can tell that he flexes his muscles. Eyes roaming him appreciatively, Eb leans forward. I can think of some uses for him if you're at a loss. Oh god. My life is service, he winks. Tell me about yourself, Cletos, protector of the farm. Sunder, born and raised, didn't have much growing up in life, and sea life wasn't for me, so I took up the blade. Been a warrior ever since. Ran with the House of Broken Regents before we ended up here. What is the House of Broken Regents? Surprised you haven't heard of us. We're the best bloody mercenary company out of the free cities, and don't let those motherless Freeblade marauders tell you different. We're the only crew to have bested those stalwart bastards. Not that they'd ever admit it. A sour expression briefly mars his features. It's a matter of Sunder pride. The city fought a bloody war for independence, and the terms of the treaty gave Sunder its independence from Stalwart in return for the public declaration that Stalwart did not lose. So much as neither side won, and that's why I and other children of Sunder smirk a little at the name Unbroken. How do you protect the farm? Ain't it obvious? I'm a fighter, a bloody good one too. It's almost a shame to have me up here on the farm so far from the Howling Bane. Want me to ask Tycho to resign you? Or to reassign you? Ah, that would be kind of you. But that would leave the farm unguarded. Maybe if it gets too bad down there, sure. The beastmen seem to have it handled, claw for claw. Tycho has me looking after the mushrooms. She keeps a close eye on everything around here. A bit too close if you ask me, and she's quick to remind me when I cock something up. Used the wrong water on mushrooms once, and she up and decked me. Oh shit. Obviously, I would have blocked it. Or dodged it. He jukes illustratively to the left. If I'd thought anything like that was coming, he clears his throat. Anyway, had a black eye for weeks. Not doing that again. No how, no way. I must be going. He watches you go. Oh my Christ. That guy. He's one of those. Little looks appealing about these rubbery, dung-scented mushrooms. Yet the settlers of the wound care for them as if they were the finest fruit. It's kind of gross. It's smelly work to be sure, but way better than topside with the war going on. Growing Nash root. Alright, Lunette. Let's talk. Howdy, Fateminder. To be honest, I didn't expect a courtly type like you to show up in this piss hole. Would have thought you had better things to do than check up on a few wilting greens growing in beast shit. What can I do for you? How did you end up in the wound? I came in, what, 2 years back? The Freeblade Marauders. Been in the wound ever since. Who or what is the Freeblade Marauders? Nothing but the finest of the many fine mercenary groups of the free cities. There's the Freeblades, the House of the Unbroken Regents, or the House of Broken Regents, and a few others. Aren't the Bronze Brotherhood of the free cities? The Brotherhood, those fucking fucks can go fuck themselves, especially that Radaman, Ratterman, whatever his fucking name is. What a huge cock, and crazy, a beast woman raised on bat shit. One of these days, he'll lose his head to one of his own people. You mark my fucking words. What do you do around the farm? Well, used to have patrol out in the ruins, keeping the entry free of any unwanted visitors with Hillstrider and her crew. About a year ago, though, my damn fool husband didn't pull out in time, and the wound found itself another mouth to feed. Oh my god, the way that they just fucking... the way that they just stated that she got pregnant right there. Oh my Christ. About a year ago, my damn husband didn't pull out in time. Fuck, dude. Of course, the worthless bastard went and got himself torn to pieces fighting Bane. So I'm here tending crops Letting my sword arm go to waste so the kid doesn't grow up an orphan, she sighs. Don't get me wrong, he's a good kid for a babe. I'm just damn glad he's out of me. Oh shit. Tycho's got me on vegetable duty, which suits me just fine. Don't know if it's some post-pregnancy bullshit or something, but those creepy glowing mushrooms make me want to lose my lunch and dinner. She glances toward Tycho. She's been hovering more than usual of late, like she thinks I'm slacking off. Oh shit. My damn full husband didn't pull out in time. Ugh. It's fucking grand, dude. Oh fuck. Smooth blue fur frames a massive beast woman's flat face, her blunt snout wrinkling as she sniffs at you. Her skin in those spots where you can see it glistens, almost pearlescent. Her upper lip curls back to expose dagger-sharp teeth. Human smells of flame, mystic power, of singed fur, soot, and plumed smoke, yet looks small and frail like hairless whelp. For what does human disturb Ocean Fury's prowling vigil? Seen a lot of different beastmen here. How many tribes call the wound home? One and more than one. Like human tribes, but grown stronger in difference. One and more than one. What's that mean? One tribe called Woundkin hunts prey in Bastard's Wound. All beast women answer to Woundkin's name. All did look to Reef Talon as Prima before Reef Talon left into Old Walls. What tribes did they belong to before they all became Woundkin? Ocean Fury and Reef Talon are Mantaborn, first among tribe. Mantaborn hunt sea as swift as sharks, range long coast from stalwart to seed, rule ocean where humans bring no war. West Reavers have fur like rust, range northern land's highest tier, not many days from Wound. Towards sunset where humans fear tread, yep. West Reavers, best hunters in grassland, good hunters in mountains, poor hunters in sea salt. Stone Stalkers, small but roam in large packs. Strong mystics know the stone song of earth blood. Good hunters in mountains, not as good any other place. A few others stalk the Woundkin, chase clouds and gloom of dawn. Katvana, only few left. What was that about tribe differences? Each tribe knows its hunting grounds best. Mantaborn best swimmers. Small stone stalkers climb quickest. Shadow hunters blend with night and stalk with cunning simple. What do you mean, your prowling vigil? Ocean's Fury prowls Wound Farm, hunts Bane with claws and fangs, drives away trespassers with growls and knuckles. Old Walls split down center like lightning fork stump. Bane slump across Gulf. Ocean Fury watches always. Okay. Oh my Christ. Dude, talking to them is rough. Alright, so the last person we have to talk to is Tycho. Fatebinder. Welcome to the Wounds Farm, the only source of food within the Old Walls. Bet you never imagined anything like this down here, did you? You look like you've got questions and need of answers. You can run this farm? That I do. Have since shortly after we arrived here. I may have a mercenary up top, but down here I've developed into quite the farmhand. I turn the soil, haul up fertilizer, even sing to the plants. I've near grown to love this farm like it's my own child, except unlike a child, the farm feeds me. This farm feeds the whole community. Near enough. Gwynth gathers some stuff from topside on occasion, but most people get their food from here. We got a whole host of vegetables, and the mushrooms down here turn out to be tastier than anything grown in shit has any right to be. Got pigs too, for the occasional feast day. I keep everything orderly and efficient. One slip up, and we're talking months on tight rations at best. These crops can be real particular about the kind of water they like. Give them too much, too little, the wrong kind, the next thing you know, they're limp and brown. Is it normal for plants to be so picky about their water? Well, every plant is different, but the water situation down here is real touchy. Jaspos filters work for the topside plants, since it's more or less what they're used to. Those stone jugs of his get rid of whatever makes people sick, while keeping the nutrients my veggies need. Give that water to the mushrooms, though, and they stop glowing. Then they shrivel up, no good for anything. No idea why. I figure the topside nutrients kill them. Wagstaff water is about as pure as it gets, though the mushrooms take to it just fine. Okay. Well, shit. That's weird. So you just tell me about the 2 different types of fucking plants that you got down there and what kind of water they take. Okay. Weird conversation. Cool story, bro. A man clad in the frayed remnants of the Earthshaker uniform focuses intently upon dark stones held in cupped hands. His eyes move from one piece to the next. He hears footsteps and shifts his gaze to meet yours. Fatebinder, forgive me. Didn't see you. Jaspos has me performing these exercises to attune my senses to the shapes hidden within the rock. I may not be with the disfavored anymore, but I still recognize Fatebinder's authority. Is there anything you need from me? How does an Earthshaker end up in the company of this motley? I'm the odd man out. I know. He motions as purple-gray garments. After Karen had been declared a criminal, Graven Ash charged us with scouring the Archon's belongings and retracing his path. I was with the group headed to the Gates of Judgment. As we cut west across these mountains, we came upon this place. Of course, any association to Cairn didn't make me popular with the Legion. Telesophia was all too eager to remind me that if Cairn's treachery were ever to come to light, all Earthshakers would likely be executed for assumed collusion. So you'll forgive me if after I stumbled upon Bastard's Wound and facing insurmountable odds in battle, I decided to surrender rather than join my hateful companions in death. What do you think of Bastard's Wound? Okay, so I find myself at home here, even if everything about the old walls seems antithetical to life. If the Bane don't kill you, the water will. Without Jaspos, this place couldn't exist. His eyes move from the churning water to the massive stone walls stretching towards the sky. The old walls have always been invigorating space for mages of my ilk. They're like untapped fonts of magical energy, and the ancient masonry inspiring what was lifelike to the people that shaped these massive walls. He shrugs. You speak well of Jaspos. Jaspos is many things. Teacher, husband, companion. Wait, what? He is teaching me to connect with stone in a deeply personal way. Earthshakers manipulate rock, but we don't feel or shape them with intimacy of the Forgebound. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Okay, so who is Isley? Oh. With a despondent sigh, the forge-bound smith unfastens the strap around one of her pauldrons and drops a metal appendage to the floor, exposing a muscular figure. She quickly traces a sigil with her ungloved hand and touches a hammer dangling from her smock, frowning as it stubbornly remains inert and unsympathetic to her magical entreaties. She glances up as you approach. Sorry, Fatebinder, my spellcraft hasn't been cooperative of late. I take it that you're not here to talk about my preoccupations. Anything in particular you'd like to discuss? What do you do in the forge? I'm Jaspos's apprentice. Have been so for the last few years. Napping wasn't originally my speciality. I apprenticed under Master Erasma back in Lethian's Crossing, but a freak accident meant that she'd take her secrets of the ceramic arts to the void. Jaspos had just finished his work and was returning north for more training with the guild, so I joined him. Long story short, we stumbled upon the wound and stayed. I took on a new trade with Jaspos as my mentor. What happened earlier with the hammer? I was embarrassing myself again. Seems like that's my only reliable talent these days. Her cheeks glow with flushed as she looks to the ground. I thought I was a competent napper, practically a journeyman in skill. Lately, even the simplest preparatory spells vex me. like that sorry display you witnessed. Something about this place is hollowing me out from the inside. Whatever forge burns inside grows cold. Let's not speak of it anymore. You're becoming one of the sleepless, aren't you? I think I am. Started when I broke my hand under the mallet. A rookie mistake. I asked Reef Talon to heal it, but things have gone sour ever since. Can't sleep, can't summon a sigil to save my life. Worst of all. She lowers her hand down to her stomach, frowning as she thinks better of saying more. I don't know how much time I have left. I just want to enjoy whatever last moments I have with Jaspos. Do you enjoy working for Jaspos? I do. Jaspos introduced me to napping, and it came easier than pottery, my first craft. If we hadn't fallen in love and married, I might have returned to the north and stayed in Cairo's good graces. She slowly nods as if recalling a long-forgotten memory. Dude, that's shitty. Alright, Tonvis. The forge-bound apprentice stares intently at the amber hide he holds aloft, pounding its surface methodically with a heavy iron mace. The light from the nearby hearth dances across his eyes. As you draw closer, the pungent odors of tanning agents thicken in the air. He turns to you wearing a stoic expression. Is there a problem? You need something? What's your role in the settlement? This is my 3rd year apprenticing under Jaspos. Between that and trying to keep the settlement running, I'm never short on work. He flicks a chunk of animal fat from his belt buckle, glances around the chamber, frowning. Whatever I can, I slip away to the surface with the woundkin for a good hunt. Caves and hollows aren't meant for the living. I get my materials from the kill. Tusks for tools, hide for sturdy clothing. The rest goes to tents, cots, and we haven't even gotten down to the meat. Woundkin, they understand better than we do. I suppose I'm also a napper. Jaspos has to pass down his art, right? But everyone knows my passion and skill is in tanning. How has apprentice for Jaspos been? Difficult, don't mistake me. I pledged to follow him, and my loyalty doesn't waver, but I damn well wish we just returned to the north as planned. Instead, I'm stuck inside these old walls, surrounded by Bane and branded as a traitor in Kairos' eyes. He scrapes a worn knife against a whetstone dangling from his belt. Jaspos didn't like my interest in leatherworking. I think he saw it as an insult to his craft. If I favored it so much, I should have sought apprenticeship with the master of tanning, right? Well, consider that another thing I planned to do, and we return north. Truth is, people need my skill with hides and pelts far more than my attempts at napping. Every time I clothe or feed someone, and they thank Jaspos, he has less and less to say about it. Now that Air gains apprenticing with him, I think he's content to let me dabble in tanning. Okay, so Jaspos is a dick. Like the forge-bound enclave at Lethian's Crossing, it seems these craftsmen have hewn and set the stones of the old walls into an admirable hearth. Okay, so there's a portal here too. Who is this? Razor Scout. Why'd you even come here? Okay, Jaspos, master of napping. Okay, so fucking people with the why'd you even come here? Why'd you even come here? Please speak to Master Jaspos at the forge before pronouncing any verdicts. Okay, Jaspos. This is the last guy we have to talk to. And he's a fucking... Oh, dude, that's cool. So Jaspos himself is a forge-bound. A heavy-muscled man stands next to a mixed pile of broken floor tiles and smashed boulders. Head bent in focus, sledgehammer gripped tightly in both hands. Without breaking his gaze, he calmly extends an arm out as you approach, signaling for you to wait. In one smooth motion, he whirls the sledgehammer in a precise arc, effortlessly splitting a large green-gray boulder in two. He smiles and lets out a pleased chuckle before turning to greet you. Ah, Fatebinder, or should I say Governor. And I think this is, yeah. Yeah, the bastards here. Yep. That explains all the ruckus I've been hearing. His voice is deep, a confident baritone that easily carries through the open air. Forgive my rudeness. Masters of the craft rarely break focus if we can help it. Old habit. He smiles broadly, motioning you to come forward. Your arrival is unexpected, but my forge is always open to the servants of the court. What can I do for you? Word is spread throughout the wound. They say that the Fatebinder will permit us to live. I am sorry you had to experience Wagstaff. If you had spoken to me, we could have settled things without his insults and tantrums, but I am glad an amicable decision was reached all the same. The wound could be a great asset to you in the future, Fatebinder. We've managed well enough on our own, but someone of your prestige could really help us thrive. If you've time, I have a matter that could benefit from your expertise. You may ask, but I make no promises. We don't have the luxury of trading with Topside. It could attract the wrong kinds of attentions. Instead, we craft what we need. In my case, I can make a wide variety of tools, but I can't make everything. When we were building the forges of Lethian's Crossing, I had access to some of the finest chisels, tapers, and abrasives. I carried only my travel kit with me when I found myself here in the wound. I've been able to craft a few replacements, but to my, chagrin? I haven't recaptured the craftsmanship. The napping tools needed are rather special, and I lose sleep knowing I can't replace anything I break. Since I've been missing, I imagine my tools were appropriated by my colleagues in Lethian's Crossing. Lohara will no doubt know of their whereabouts. With my old tools, I can really stay on top of the work that's needed to keep this place running. Now speak with Lohara. I'm sure this will be a simple matter for you, Fatebinder. Thank you for your assistance. Was there something else you needed? What do you do here as one of the wound's leaders? I don't look the part, I know. Most of my guild huddled by the heat of their forges and stick to themselves. Here, I think my forge more as a hearth. Everyone is invited to share in its warmth. In a practiced motion, he unfastens a rag looped around his belt and wipes off trace amounts of sweat from his already spotless brow. Perhaps that's better? What? Obviously, I work the forge. In a place like this, that means everything. Those bridges you see, my handiwork. The knives and weapons everyone's carrying, they came from my forge. The nails holding our containers together and keeping our shelters upright, mine again. But most importantly, I created these stone sieves to clean the water. He pats one of the open stone receptacles, pride evident in his voice. First of its kind, and none too soon. When I came here, many were sick with the withering rot. The disease is in the water. It's a terrible way to go, but these sieves change things. How do the stone sieves work? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. He pauses for dramatic effect. Except for members of the court, it's really a matter of using the right combination of enchanted stones, pulverized charcoal, and a few precious stones in a precise arrangement. These materials act as the sieve in these containers. He points towards the base of one of them, drawing your attention to the water dripping out of the small opening and into a collecting bowl. Anything that comes out of there is free of the disease. Yeah, so it's essentially like he packed that shit with charcoal, dirt, stones, and some other shit that filter the water. So it's a filtration system, that's all it is. Now this place isn't exactly bursting with precious stones, so I had to devise a substitute. Beastman claws and teeth, when properly prepared, have the properties I need. Since they regrow over time, I've been able to collect donations from our many warriors. I do prefer using stone whenever possible, though. What does a master of napping do? Ah, and I shall tell you, he places a hand upon his belt and runs his finger across the many hammers, chisels, and picks draped across his waist, stopping at a simple stone hammer. Masters of napping focus on the fundamentals of all forge work. Before you can make bronze and iron, you need a hot fire and controlled space. You need a stone forge. He grips his belt firmly, puffing out his chest slightly as he speaks. Give me a few days and I can take a pile of rocks and fashion a proper stone hammer and tools. Give me a few weeks and I can use those tools to build a worthy forge. And with that forge, I can create anything that you'd ever need. Stonework is the purest form of our craft. Civilization could be reduced to ash, and a master of napping would be the one to reforge it. Tell me about the Tidecaster Wagstaff. You should know that Wagstaff and I aren't on the best of terms. He's old and set in his ways. I've tried, believe me. I've reached out, invited him to share my fire and talk like men, but he's the sort that prefers his own company and ideas. He does seem to care about the people the way I do. In fact, I think he views us as irritants. One must endure. That sounds like the Wagstaff I remember. Apologies for what you must be going through. That's Ebb. He sighs loudly, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. He does help with the wound, I'll grant him that, cleansing water with his magic. His methods are different than mine, of course, far slower. He thinks his contributions are more valuable since they can combat disease, a valuable tool for certain. But without the volume of water produced from my stone sieves, this settlement would die in a span. Okay, in the end, he just refuses to accept that his role has changed. He helped the wound get its bearings years ago, but being the first does not make one qualified to lead. He hates that people have responded to me and has been blinded by that. What do you know about Reef Talon? He holds a bowl of crushed rock aloft, squinting to examine its contents as he speaks. So you've heard. It's unfortunate what happened to her. Reef Talon arrived a year after I did. Massive creature. One of the largest beasts I've ever seen. She never spoke of her past much, but we knew she was in flight when she stumbled upon the wound with her cubs. He pulls a fragment out of the bowl, running it slowly between his fingers. Whatever she fled from, it didn't stop her from devouring the bane. She was good at it. Good enough to lead the beastmen, but Reef Talon had something else far more important. She could heal others with a mere touch. Didn't matter if you had been raked by the bane or fell on your own sword. She could close up your wounds and send you on your way like nothing ever happened. That is no ordinary magic. How did she do this? Haha. I don't think she knew herself. She wasn't a student of her craft, not even using beastmen mystics as a standard. What I do here, that's not an accident. It's years of controlled study and meticulous perfection. Reef Talon simply acted on instinct, and that didn't work to anyone's benefit. With a dissatisfied shake of his head, he flicks the unwanted chip into the water. Sometimes we're better off without such miracles. Those Reef Talon healed slowly became sick. It was impossible for them to sleep, even when exhausted. And the relentless walking drove them mad. The afflictions take a while to fully take hold, but the end result is always the same. Even worse, those bestowed with magic slowly lose their gifts. He looks towards the forge, a pained expression visible on his face. Now they're just known as the Sleepless. All of their life vitality robbed and spent. A terrible end, Fatebinder. Reef Talon couldn't face her mistakes and she fled into the old walls like a coward. He circles around the platform, speaking as much to passerbys as with you, and to think that many here saw her as a leader. What leader runs in the face of adversity? Those of us that remain, we are the ones that continue to hold up the bastard's wound. I toil every day to keep the fires of my forge running, and the people can see who they can truly rely upon. Nearby onlookers shout and pump their fists in support, eliciting a raised fist from the forge-bound master in return. How do you deal with the Bane? Dude. Okay, in case you haven't noticed, the beastmen with us aren't your common feral savages. Something about this place focuses them. Whether they come as our workers or on their own, they all eventually become fixated on the Bane. I've seen some hunched over guarding our portals for hours. If any Bane come through, they'd savage them instantly, but apart from the Bane, our beastmen aren't violent, strange but welcome. He scratches his chin. I have no explanation. We never asked the beastmen to act as our sentries. They took it on naturally and have never complained. We do lose some to injury, but so far their defenses worked. Safe journeys. Okay. So apparently, I can't... Okay, so I can't actually go through the portals here, which is kind of funny. So I can't go through the portals, but I do have to go and grab his tools. So I'm assuming once I grab his tools, he will allow me to go further in. That's my assumption. Though, technically I don't know, so... Let's talk to him again. Let's see what you have to offer. And let's sell all this shit. Alright. Wait, have I gone over here? I don't think I have. There's another fucking portal right there. Centurion, Sun Soldier. Okay. Well, I mean, this is kind of cool. A settlement underground. Yeah, there was a lot of reading. There was a lot of fucking reading. But it was kind of worth it in the end. So we have... Talk to Melita and Lethian's Crossing. Oh, we're looking for Phoebe? Truth and Consolation. Find the Bastard's Wound Farm Chronicle. Mel said the first chronicle is hidden in the Bastard's Wound Farm area. Search the farm with Lantry present to find it. Bastard's Wound. Isn't that where we're at? I think that's where we're at. Yeah, Bastard's Wound. So, that's fucking weird. Okay, so... Chronicles of the School of Ink and Quill have been hidden deep within the Bastard's Wound old walls. Help Landry find and reassemble them. Mel said the first chronicle is hidden in the Bastard's Wound farm area. Search the farm with Landry present to find them. Okay, so... Like, I have Lantry. Okay, this is fucking weird. Ah! Ah, an old concealed text and a pile of pig shit trick. Classic. As Lancer approaches the corner of the pig pen, a pile of hay and animal droppings vanish, replacing by a stash of scrolls. Now here's a subject close to my heart. Histories of the School of Ink and Quill. Who doesn't love a little auto-chronicle? roll calls, minutes, graduations, announcements, publication dates, and letters. Oh my, I doubt sages Corin and Ostrich had any idea their correspondence would be immortalized for the records. Not the most exciting bit of history, but I can see why Mel and Lexamy would want the words of colleagues close at hand. Lantry thumbs through the tome, chuckling with a nostalgic smile at each turn of the page. Take it brings back memories. Indeed, some of these notes even have my name on them. Ah, yes. Here's my series on bird anatomy. I did that back in 388. Where have the years gone? Do the notes include the parts where you conspire to steal our magic? Slight cough escapes Lantry's lips, but he offers no reply from turning pages. That seems more like sage pillow talk than something they'd write down. Thank you. We had to assume the Tidecasters might have spies. Come on now. We're running a bastion of magical hegemony. Not some cult of sailors past their primes with magic and hand paints. That makes some counterpoint here, but you have met Wagstaff. I know it's also worthless in hindsight, but it's a record of our school, whatever that's worth. I can obsess about these later. We've things to do, right? Blanchard closes a text and looks up with you with a smile. We can pause. I'll look around while you have a read. Suspicious of everything we find in this place. Take a closer look. How can I say no to that order? Several minutes pass as Lantry pores over the pages. Strange, all these names of dead people. Good riddance to some. Others are lost. Kairos is lost. Anything seem incorrect? Let him keep reading. Well, this all holds personal sentimental value. I doubt you'd find any of this worth a read. I picked up one of the volumes and perused. In this regard, Lancer is correct. Countless sheafs of parchment, all of its social correspondence and academic text of plotting, boring detail. Look for writing out of place. You spot a page inked with a conspicuously green, glossy sheen, suggesting ink far fresher than the original writing. A minuscule crease along the binding hints at where this page was inserted, likely via magically means, to blend almost seamlessly. The text describes the debate between sages discussing the riddle of rings, and one sage with a familiar name of Lantry is arguing the riddle of rings posits that Kairos has already conquered the tears. For if the sages speak the languages of Kairos, Lantry responded, and use the currency of Kairos, the military conquest is extraneously formality. Odd, I learned the riddle of rings differently. Bronze first, iron last. Oh, so you know the original. No disrespect to the Forge Bound. It's a great teaching tool. I just borrowed the term for rhetorical effect that day. It was 425, and Sage Cavil was giving a lecture series, having recently returned from his expedition to observe the Forge Bound on their ways. At one point, he discussed their teaching methods, so the riddle of rings came up as part of his lecture. At that time, I joked that the real riddle of rings is, aren't we already conquered? And I launched into a not entirely sober diatribe about Kairos' inevitable invasion and dominion. According to this, I gave a stirring speech met with applause. Hardly. I was hit in the head with an old scroll case and told to sit down, shut up, and let the scholars talk. Maybe your interpretation of the riddle was the one worth remembering. Actual events vindicate your point of view. Why downplay the fact? You could correct the record. This is a false record. Why not destroy it? I think my nostalgia has been overtaxed for the time being. Let's get moving. I think it's okay. Okay, so Lantry closes the tome. Find the remaining chronicles. Search the old walls for additional fragments hidden by Lexamy. You found the chronicle hidden in Bastard Wound Farm. Once you have gained access to the lower section of Bastard's Wound old walls, continue your search for the chronicles. So we do eventually gain access. Okay, that's cool. So I'm assuming we go and get his tools, we bring his tools back to him, and we get access to the lower areas of the old walls here. That's my assumption. I figure it's a pretty good assumption, though. All right, so let's go. So we have a lot of shit to do. We have to like run out. Actually, let me go to the bathroom real quick while we're doing this. So. All right, sorry about that, guys. I went in and had to help my wife real quick, too. She had to, I need to, like, change my thing on this. But anyway, she had to, okay, there we go. She had to, pull cords through to her desk again. All right, so we know that we have to go here. We have Trapper's Junction still. I can go here first. Go to Mountain Spire. All right, so I have 5 trainings this level. I can't train in parry at all. I could train in dodge. Oh, he can't train in two-handed at all. I can't train him one-handed. Shit. I could train in dodge, though. Like, I could train 5 levels of dodge. Yeah, that works. Have you made anything for me? Sure did. Come here and I'll show you. So he's got 5 camping supplies for me. Alright, so show me what you have for sale. Okay, I guess I sold everything before I came back here. That's a verse. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. So, can't train anything here. I can train dodge. I can train athletics. My athletics is 41 with him and 32 with him. He's got 20 trainable levels, dude. You know what? There we go. We train Barrack a lot, so, endurance, will, and magic defense, and 1 point to upgrade vitality, 5% bonus health, and 3 will defense. 3% affliction duration, 2 endurance, will, and magic defense. Further increase the chance for Barrack's engagement attacks to occur. Once per encounter, when Barrack would be defeated, he delays his unconsciousness for a short time. That's a passive. And when a hostile effect expires, I think we're going to go with this one. And next time we can grab Blade's Embrace. Deal damage to all enemies nearby. This damage increases for each enemy engaging Barrack. Yes. And what is this? Oh, the legs of iron. Yeah, I haven't fucked with that. Oh, nice. We have a water filter coming in for our fridge, and it's coming in Sunday. Fatebinder Cesper. Alright, Corpse Eye. Fancy a peek at the inventory. Now, I know you're feeling generous, Fatebinder. I can see it in your face. Got a real talker on our hands, have we? No matter, I'm real good at filling silences. Let's see what you got in stock. Crimson Great Spear. Yeah, I think we're good. I don't think we need anything. Takes 15 minutes to teleport across. That ain't shit. It's better than the 2 hours that it takes to, like, fucking walk it. Alright, so Volus. If you completed forging, your recruits have been hard at work. Let me show you what they've done. Whoo! Okay, Sentinel. That cost us. Like to train. Control fire. Control lightning. Control vigor. Wait, she's control frost. Alright, so what about this sword? So, we have... Oh, it's a two-handed sword. Okay, it's a two-handed sword. Oh, shit. So, let's go over here. And go to him, go to this, and upgrade that shit. So, now he's got an exquisite two-handed sword that is better than this. Alright, so let's go to Vora. Show me what you have for sale. Sell. I need boots. No. And no. Oh, trade. Thanatos, Master of Brazing. What do you have? What have you made for me? Nothing. Okay, cool. So Master of Smelting. I have time for idle conversation. What do you have for me? Esteemed Fatebinder, with so many hours spent in the forge, we artisans are a bit prone to gossip. Needless to say, the Fatebinder of the Mountain Spire has been the subject of many of conversations while working the bellows. If I may be so bold, I have a question for you. From where does Kairos' power truly stem? Is it from the magic of edicts? Is it from archons? I would argue that it's from commoners. Yes, okay, cool. What have you made for me? I don't have anything. Okay. Tamarin. Show me what you have for sale. Yeah, he doesn't have anything I need either. I mean, he's got this heater shield, but it really ain't shit. I have this big-ass shield. And I've got parry and dodge, whereas this one is dodge and recovery. I like the tower shield. The tower shield, the parry is better on tower shields. But if I trade this, right? Alright, that's Verse, Kills in Shadow, Ragus. Show me what you have for sale. Sage's boots. I need all heavy armor. Char-coated leather girdle. Yeah, I need all heavy armor. Okay, so what can I have them make? I want you to forge something in conversation. That's leather. And it's mending. Oh, fuck yeah. Forge that shit for me. Yeah, so that's gonna go to my mender. That set of gloves. I may have to upgrade them to masterwork myself, which isn't a big deal. But 20 control life, like, dude. That's pretty phenomenal. Alright, so I have to... I think Melita is one of them. Let's see. Speak with the Forgebound about where they may be tied together. Wagstaff mentioned the name Melita. Okay, so Melita is one of the ones that I have to talk to, and she is standing up here. So I have to run to Melita, talk to Melita. Talk to Melita about Wagstaff. There's Melita. And she is Lethian's Crossing. Slender woman picks through the produce and a carriage sack. Her hands appear focused on finding a particular piece of fruit, but her eyes are intent on the other shoppers in the marketplace below. A man passes by her, accidentally dropping a pouch as he goes. She bends down to retrieve it and hands it back to him. Careful, you almost lost this. He takes the pouch with a blushing smile and promptly walks away, clutching the pouch close to his side. The woman spots your approach as the man walks away. Greetings. How may I be of service? Clever. I almost didn't see you palm those rings into that pouch. I didn't realize I had an audience. Must be a sign I'm slowing down after all these years. Don't worry. Nothing underhanded. Just trying to repay a debt on the quiet. Certainly, someone such as yourself understands the need for discretion. Enough. Lie again and I'll have your head. Oh, fuck. Nice trick. I see pickpockets do things like that all the time. I'm not interested in causing any troubles, but I do need you to answer some questions of mine. Tell me what I need to know and I won't have to take a thorough inspection of your property. Melita, I presume? Yes, that's me, but while I'm in town, Xantha will suffice. In my line of work, discretion is lesson number 1. Although, it seems someone else failed in their discretion, else you wouldn't be here. She looks at you with a nervous smile. Is there something I can do for you? Just what are you here to peddle? I used to specialize in written things, but the schools are gone, and so are most of my clients. These days, I mostly deal in wineskins, shoes, and lamp oil. Nothing glamorous. But what else do people need during times such as these? Wagstaff sent me to find you. I need to find Phoebe. Well, the fact that I know her, that's free. Current information costs extra, and information on friends costs extra. So this isn't the kind of question I'm comfortable answering. I assure you, you'll be less comfortable not answering questions. No need for that sort of talk. I've no want for trouble. Let's just keep things civil. Phoebe sends me the occasional missive. Last I heard from her, she's doubled back towards the burning library. She got herself the dangerous notion that she can recover scripts from her old home. Though I think she's avoiding the actual library, seeing as it's the epicenter of the devastation. Phlogiston is now unlocked on the world map. She mentioned a place called Phlogiston. I think she means the village that used to be called Babbling Springs before the war. Out in the contested lands, and that's as much as I know about where to find her. If you can't find her there, maybe she's taking her chances at the library itself. Wagstaff sent me to find you. Did he now? I suppose he needs a reminder in our code of confidentiality. If I may ask, how and where did you run into Wagstaff? It was a chance meeting up north. He's healthy. You gripe about confidentiality and then ask where he is. Come on. He's helping run a settlement. You know what? Fuck it. Cute. And I bet his Old Walls mansion is next door to Kairos' summer home. That's fine. You don't need to tell me. It's perhaps the best you don't. He knows where to find me if he ever needs to do business. That's all I need for now. I told her the truth and she thinks I was lying. That's fucking grand. That is just fucking grand. She's like, fine, you don't have to tell me. Don't tell me that he's actually at the damn place that you're telling me he's at, damn it. Dude, all my people except for Ebb is level 12. WTF, bruh. Okay. Fatebinder, come to stock up, I see. Like to see your wares. Oh. Devastating and rejuvenating. Accelerates recovery on kill. Let's compare to what he's got. Oh, that bitch is expensive. Iron rings, dude. Frozen shackles. Oh, dude, I'm broke. Holy shit. Shit, I'm broke. Damn it, I hit the wrong thing again. Okay, so since I'm so broke, where is the forge? There it is. Yeah, I guess I gotta go and find a bunch of shit again and, you know, kill a bunch of things and sell some things in order to make some money. Dude, I just bought games last night, and some of my shit on my some shit on my Steam list is on sale now. I'm gonna be so mad if it's one that I bought. Okay, so let's talk to Lohara, because that's who we have to talk to. You've returned! Lohara turns to face you, her body covered head to toe in charred hues, chest rising and falling under the strain of labored breathing. There's always more demand for iron than there is time of the day. She removes a set of heavy canvas gloves and balls her fist, the joints in her fingers cracking in unison. How may I be of assistance? I'm looking for some napping tools on behalf of Jaspos. Okay. Jaspos. None of us have heard from him in some time. He certainly did his part to create the forge here, but there's little else for a napper to do after setting the foundation. I'm quite certain he was ordered to return home. She grabs an iron ingot and holds it aloft. This, on the other hand, is the vanguard of our work. My tour of duty ends only when there are no more enemies for my iron to kill. So where did Jaspos end up? Sent a remote settlement in the mountains bordering the north. Claims to be one of its founders. He's living in a sort of private fiefdom in the old walls, cavorting with beasts and tearsmen. He's dead. He asked this task of me before passing, and I'm bound by duty and honor to handle things I'd prefer not say. That's your right, Fatebinder. Jaspos is not under my supervision, so I ask only out of courtesy. She scowls. We're just here to meet the quotas anyway. Still, it's good to know that he's alive. What did you know of Jaspos? Only the superficial, sadly. He worked in stone. I'm more keen on metal, so we rarely compared notes. I knew he was arrogant, confident beyond his years and talent. Not to say he was inept, far from it. But a few years of flaking shirt does not make one Kairos' gift to the forge bound. Does Jaspos have any associates still around? Once this place was built, most of the nappers were sent home. I know his supervisor was Cassandra, master of napping. She was sent home as well. She's a bit on in years, not quite fit for the long walk back, so I think she's currently enjoying a boat ride home. Did the stone nappers leave behind any of their tools? If so, where might I find them? I have no idea what inventory the stonesmiths kept with them. All of our stoneworkers left some time ago. A few of them meant to return north by ocean travel, which meant first traveling to the southern coastline. I'd imagine they're probably gone by now, but if you need those tools, I can't imagine they had room on the galley, so take all their sledgehammers. If I were you, I'd ask around for Cassandra, or, since she's likely on a boat home right now, see if some local was drafted to attend to her, to attend to her or haul her stuff. Maybe they inherited some of her excess belongings she couldn't take on the boat. South Haven is now unlocked on the world map. Aside from that, I suppose the abstract. I could have someone cast a few chisels and hammers, but if you're looking for tools made by and for the stone experts, I think South Haven is your best bet, short of slogging it back to Fort Resolution. That must be going. Alright. So, we have quite a few quests now to do. Like, quite a few. They don't make this easy. There's no, like, just go here and grab this. Nope. You have to go and talk to them, find some shit out, and then run all the way across the world to go and find other shit. So, I think what I'm gonna do is, of course, save the fucking game. Yep. Save. I'll delete all these other saves later. Oh, we're in Act 2? That's cool. I didn't know there were different acts. but apparently we're in Act 2. So Act 2, and I have 3 out of the 5 spires already. That's kind of crazy. Might be because I got to this one a little early, though. Because I kind of fought the Brotherhood instead of trying to, like, find my way across. Okay, so there's that place. Oh, South Haven is right here. I guess I'm gonna go to South Haven first. While making your way through the wilderness, you come upon several dense shrubs, liberally dotted with crimson berries. The fruits are plump and ripe, with a thin skin that gives slightly under the pressure of your touch, hinting at the juice within. Attempt to identify the plant. Defer to Ebb. Defer to Lantry. This is Budding Rose. He grasps a handful of berries from the bush and stuffs them into his bag. Consumed even in small quantities, these berries stoke the libidinous humors. Sadly, the berries almost always create dyspeptic calamities in the magical mind, or the magically inclined. He glances down at the pouch he just stuffed with berries, but sometimes the terrible stomach pains are worth feeling like a teenager again. You recognize the plant as Budding Rose, a bush that produces edible berries. These are a known aphrodisiac, commonly used in local festivals. Unfortunately, they're also mildly toxic to practitioners of magic. You carefully pull several of the berries from the plant. I can eat them or offer them to a companion. I'm gonna eat them. The sweet fruit bursts in your mouth, burning slightly like liquor as it travels down your throat. Not long after, a warm tingling sensation spreads through your body. Your hair stands on end and your skin feels almost electric to the touch. Amorous urges unfurl within your nethers, pulling at you like strings, like a string of marionettes. Take care of your issue. Ignore the sensation. Ask a companion. You look over your companion to decide who to propose proposition. Barrick, Ebb, and I'm going to go with Ebb. As you approach, Ebb raises an open palm to you. Nope. You're going to have to ride this one out yourself. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to talk you off. She laughs herself as she leaves. Okay, so, wait, what? Quality alone time. Prolonged practice by yourself has increased your ability with a one-handed weapon and strengthened your heart. What? What? Oh, shit, dude. You find some privacy beyond the next hill and spend some quality alone before returning to your journey. What the fuck, bro? Oh, that's great. So you get one-handed practice. That's a good thing. So our one-handed skill is now better. Yeah. Like I don't know what else to say to that. Fucking hooray. Okay. Why are they in front and me and him in the back? Oh, dude. That masterwork armor looks fucking baller. Oh, the Fate Binder. Hello, welcome to the South Haven. Let's go ahead and loot this real quick. Alright. Caperton, a middle-aged man, nods to you, clutching a small apple crate in one arm. A well-worn scrap of parchment pokes out of his bald fist. Charcoal tally marks visible on its exposed surface. Well met, traveler. Sorry, I was counting these out for Hermod and didn't see you coming. Welcome to South Haven. You look just like the portrait. I mean, it's a flattering likeness, though you look more regal in person. I mean, Governor, it is an honor to meet a fate binder of your stature. As he awkwardly bows, several apples fall out of the crate and bounce out of his hand, rolling past your feet. Sorry, He sets the container down. Is there anything I can do for you? What do you do here? Me? Oh, I'm not anyone important, Fatebinder. I never took to a particular trade, and I'm not a man of letters. I just help out where I can. He gestures towards the crates behind him. I count the produce for Hermod. Hermod. He lets me take a few fruits when I'm done. His words are interrupted by a rhythmic clanging of hammers against metal. He turns to look at its source atop a nearby roof, exposing a gap-toothed grin as he speaks. And of course, the forge-bound always need fresh water, so I'll pump it for them from time to time. I'm sure Cassandra appreciates that. So Cassandra is here. I'm not familiar with the South Haven. Tell me about it. I'm not sure what's really all that worthy of note. He scratches his chin, inadvertently smudging it with charcoal. We've got the river and the sea nearby, and live by what they bring us on the good seasons. Trade for what we don't have when our luck dries up. If you're bored already, good. I think Kairos' forces were bored too and seemed to ignore us. Some recruiters from the chorus came in years past and rounded up some folks who were out in the fields. I think they took Patold's boy and also the Corba twins, but that was the worst of it. I've heard plenty of stories from elsewhere in the tiers, 3 folks gone. While a tragedy is nothing compared to the suffering seen elsewhere. We are fortunate, no denying that. How did this village end up staffed by Forgebound? On their arrival, their arrival is the biggest change we've experienced in a long time. It's been maybe 2 years. The guarded entourage came to town, and we all thought we were being invaded. Nope, just a bunch of craftsmen booking passage out of the port, south of here. When they arrived, they were all ill with fever and needed to rest. Since old Lioness knocked off, we let Forgebound use her house. We all assumed it'd be temporary, but either the ship they were meant to board sank, or they had a change of plans. A span later, the Forgebound were still here and making themselves at home. It didn't hurt that the villagers here were fascinated by their crafting magics. The youngsters in the village all lined up for lesson, and Kairos be praised, they saw fit to tutor some of them. They've been awful helpful. Spears and arrowheads for our hunters, plows for the fields, fish hooks for the rivers, even a hearth or two for those cold nights. They also help keep us safe and stand watch over the town. If I were younger, I'd ask them to train me. Cassandra's almost always at work, just on the roof of the building behind me. She's a busy woman, but I'm sure she has time for you, Fatebinder. What do you know about Cassandra? She's incredible. She's no spring chick, but she can split a boulder better than any man in the village. You can tell her apprentices respect her just by the way they look at her. Everyone in the village feels the same way. If she speaks up, we take notice. She's intimidating, though. I want to give her a suggestion about some stone arrowheads she's fashioned, but she looked really angry when I approached her. She was yelling at one of her students, and another was on fire or something, so my timing was poor. There's lots I'd love to learn from her, but I'm too old to be taken serious as a candidate. Oh, Jesus, dude, that's funny. I just want to figure out what I can loot in this town. Because Cassandra is here. Oh, is that a merchant? Ooh, there's an exquisite throwing dagger. Erasmus. Hyacine. Another. Oh, Avendrian Guard dagger. Okay.
Can't do that. Sorry, can't.
White leather gauntlets. Alright, we're gonna go talk to Erasmus first. I'm assuming he's a vendor. A young man squints at the bottles in front of him. He picks them up, shakes them, and sets them down, dissatisfied after every examination. Was it fennel pollen or rhubarb root? He catches sight of you and stops to search. Hello, traveler. Something I can do for you? What are you looking for? My wife took fever recently, burning temples and an awful rash. She's a tough one, but I wanted to get her some medicine. I know that boiled silverthorn works well, but that's a few rings too many for me. There must be an alternate. Elderbark is what you want, almost as potent as silverthorn, but a lot more plentiful. You can probably buy it for a song. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm quite worried about my wife, and these herbs will really help. Is there anything I can help you with? It's the least I can do. I have some questions about people in town. Of course, thanks to you, I can spare a moment before getting these herbs back to my wife. What would you like to know? What do you think of the Forgebound? No qualms here. I was a bit nervous having them in town at first. You have to understand, we fared better than most during the conquest. Karrus's war raged on elsewhere, so none of his armies marched through Southaven. But who knew if the Forgebound would attract attention of the Archons or Brotherhood raiders? They proved me wrong. Nobody attacked the village after they arrived. When Cassandra isn't training them, the Forgebound help us out however they can. Can't say I'm a fan of the curfew they enforced, but it's a fair trade for their services. Tell me about this curfew. Cassandra demanded it. I guess the Forgebound dealt with the raiders on their journey here, and don't ever want to be caught unawares again. It's a hassle, but I'd rather them here. Not like I need to be wandering around in the dark anyway. So aside from a few folks, most of us stay indoors come evening. Cassandra's apprentices then keep an eye out for intruders. After a full day's work, too. Theirs is not an easy trade. Do you have any opinions about Cassandra? I have no issue with her, truth be told. I've never really spoken to her. You can hear her barking orders at her apprentices at all hours of the day. I never felt comfortable interrupting their sessions, though I know some folks like Capterton, or Capteron, help them out from time to time. Perhaps you should ask him. Tell me about it. He's been in Southaven for a long time. Everyone knows him. He's a simple man, but about as good-hearted as they come. My father grew up with him right here. Said he's always been kind. Capteron doesn't have a trade to speak of other than helping others. He'd probably go out to pick herbs for me if I asked him. He's like, he likes to stay near the village entrance to direct travelers most of the time. Since he's always assisting folks, the Forgebound, he's one of the few that are allowed to wander about during the evening curfew. He glanced at the Forgebound workers with a knowing smile. Of course, everyone knows that he's smitten by their leader. He finds every excuse to be close to the Forgebound, and every excuse to avoid speaking with Cassandra. He's an old man with a child's heart. So, that dude doesn't technically have a trade, but he literally is like the helper around the town. Oh, there's a merchant right there. Welcome to Southaven. Okay, so they don't like that's annoying. Hyacine settler. Hyacine. You see a tall figure with a patchwork sash of animal pelts slung across her shoulder. The skin on her sunburnt face melds with a pair of naturally flushed, freckled cheeks. She speaks energetically to two nearby villagers, animated in her depiction of a recent hunt. And she's from Lethian's Crossing. I had to crawl real low through the brush. Those critters have eyes like eagles, but are too deaf to hear their own farts. What up, West Joe? What up, man? Dude, thanks for that raid. Holy crap, bro. Holy crap, dude. What's up? What were you streaming? What's going on? What were you running today? Thank you for that raid, though, man. You're freaking awesome. Oh, shit. Didn't mean to do that on my phone. Yeah, what were you streaming today, man? Spider-Man? Dude, so you have a PlayStation? Dude, I've always wanted to play that game. How is it? Is it fun? Oh, dude, I'm doing good. I just have to, like, take breaks every now and again and drink, because, like, reading. Reading. That's what this game is. It's all reading. But it's still fun, dude. Like, the lore in the game is awesome. Ah, you stream from PS4. Okay. I thought you did some computer stuff too. Yeah, dude, Spider-Man has been on my list of things that I wanted to play, but I don't have any game consoles, so it's kind of one of those things. Like, I don't really want to spend the money on a console. I'll just wait and see if they ever put it on PC, which I doubt they'll ever do. But if they do, it'd be amazing, because then I'd play it. I need to go in and check out VOD. Such an amazing game. I wish I had a PC. Oh, no. Dude, PCs are expensive. So are game consoles, though. Like, so, like, the new Xbox, man, the new Xbox is like $500, and same, well, almost 600. I think it was about 600. Same for the new PlayStation. So it's kind of one of those, like, that's extremely hard to sit there and justify spending 600 on that, or save up another 400 and buy a PC. Like, to me, it's hard to justify the new consoles. Especially when you have to buy one every few years. It's rough, man. Rough. But I had a PS4 and an Xbox, but I sold them all. I don't know. I didn't really play consoles enough, so I have like the whole Game Pass and thing on my PC from Xbox, so I get all the Game Pass stuff for like $15 a month on my PC. But yeah, that close enough to see its nose wriggling in the air. They can actually feel you coming that way, you know. But it was too late. One swift thrust later, and it turned into dinner. Nice. She hears you approaching and spins around, spear held out playfully. Aha! Who goes there? Her laugh is hearty, but ends abruptly if she takes note of your appearance. Apologies, Fatebinder. I had no idea you were visiting us. Forgive the jest. I've been burdened with an overabundance of energy since childhood. One way or another, it comes out. She offers a purposefully awkward curtsy. What can I do for you? Can you tell me about the Forgebound? Fine folks, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone around here is better off with them. Cassandra and her students keep me supplied with fresh spear tips and arrowheads, so my life's never been easier. They spend most of their time in training, though. I think that's the only reason they're here, to pass on secrets from master to pupil in a safe place. Cassandra's a hard-ass in more ways than one, but her students are better off for it. They certainly make short work of any of our requests. Nails, hooks, blades, whatever you can think of. Only old Lycus didn't take too kindly to their presence, but that's because he's a half-rate smith whose blades are as limp as he is in the sack. Dude, what? Dude, they talk a lot of crap about each other. They really do. It's so funny. Anyway, I like them. I'm not too wild about the curfew they've demanded, but Cassandra insists that it's for our safety. I haven't seen any Brotherhood or bandits while out on my hunt, so it's not like we're less safe because of it. With a toothy grin, Hyacine offers a friendly wink as you approach. Fine day out, Fatebinder. Anything you need? What do you think of Cassandra? Ha! She's a tough nut to crack. She's been pounding steel for so long that she's forgotten how to hang up the hammer and enjoy other pursuits. It's like story time, right? Dude, I kid you not. Like, okay, so I've been streaming today for like 2.5 hours, and I shit you not, all 2.5 hours of that has been reading. Like, it is legit. This game is legit. Like, you need water galore for this shit, because you have to keep, like... It's fun, though. It is fun. It's a good game. There is fighting, there's other stuff, but most of it is literally, like, lore and story from the world. She's been pounding steel for so long that she's forgotten how to hang up the hammer and enjoy other pursuits. I first got to know her after we got to talking about hunting implements. I think she saw something in my enthusiasm for it all, and we've steadily become pals. She's a much different person after she unwinds. Have to have a moist mouth. That's exactly it. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a tough exterior. She's a master of napping, after all. Napping. That's not like napping as in sleeping. You've got to maintain appearances. She's like the master of stonework, essentially. Cassandra's gravelight tools seem unique. Any chance she'd part with them? Doubt it. All she ever goes on about is chisels, moils, flates, tampers. Who knew there was so much to know about wedges with handles? If you need tools, ask her. I bet she'll make them for you just to show off what she can do. But her tools, seriously, those are probably the only things in this world she genuinely loves. Okay, so I guess it's time to go up and talk to her. We were talking to everybody else in the town first. There's also something to loot, like, right up here. So we have to talk to Nicodemus? Nicodemus. Dude, some of their names are just fucking rough. Nicodemus. And then, ooh! Iron Foot Knockers, tenacity and form, huh? 1 finesse when inflicting crits, 1 wits when inflicted miss. Those are common. Rhinoxos Grace is what they're called. Okay, so we'll put that on him. And then we'll take these and put them inside. So these are all apprentices, these little fuckers. Let's talk to Nicodemus first. Dude, that's a cool weapon. A barrel-chested man surveys the area with a stern expression, eyeing you nonchalantly as you approach. A large horseshoe mustache traces the top of his mouth, before racing down his chin. When he speaks, the bristles nearly mask his lips. Well met, Fatebinder. You see this, like, Hulk Hogan-looking dude over here? What do you need? Who are you? Nicodemus, Cassandra's second. I have a few seasons under my belt, unlike these pups in the forge. He gives a sideways glance back towards the work area. I watch over things when Cassandra has better things to do, which is always. What do you need? What can you tell me about your leader? Tough but fair. Cassandra knows that teaching and napping are both acts of reduction. In the case of teaching, one chips away at ignorance. Some don't like her approach. Such fools are not fit for our guild. Why are the Forge bound here? Followed on Twitter and YouTube. Thanks, dude! Holy crap! I appreciate you, man. My YouTube is mostly like redos of my stream and stuff, but I do have a couple of videos on there. There's one that actually explains how to use Dixper, if you know what Dixper is. It's like an app that you can have people essentially buy crates and interact with your stream. So if you play like Phasmophobia, they can scare you, they can make sounds come out of nowhere, they can make you like look up, they can make you look down, they can do all kinds of crap. It's really cool. I appreciate that though. I will follow back, I promise. I do like to know the goings-ons on Twitter, though I don't really post much on there. I need to post more. Ask Cassandra. She gives the orders here. No point in guessing at her meaning. Are you in the room, Stasia? No. Okay. That's all for now. Okay. So... Cassandra, master of napping. Dude, she looks really young, though. She's supposed to be super old. A small group of Forgebound stand in conference around an older, gray-haired woman. Blue tattooed streaks trails from her hairline, coming to rest upon a pair of eyebrows permanently fixed in a severe expression. She grasps a hunk of jasper and strikes it several times with a sharp piece of obsidian. The motion should be rhythmic as you work the stone, as mundane as breath. So what's really cool about these Forgebound, right? So the Forgebound use magic to infuse everything that they do. So essentially, when they use their magic, every bit of the forge plus their tools is a part of their life force. So like when the forge heats up and cools down, like that heat up and cool down rhythm is like they're like going with their heartbeat. It's really cool. And then each like swing of their hammer is another portion of part of their life force. So if they mess up, they could kill themselves. Like, it's really freaking neat, dude. Like, it sucks that you could kill yourself, but the whole process of that that forge work with the magics is really freaking neat. Her sinewy biceps contract to control the force from each impact, keeping the jasper remarkably still. Listen to your senses. If the shape in your mind doesn't feel inevitable, then you're wasting your strength and your time. Notice your approach. She halts her demonstration and waves off her apprentices. We'll continue this later. Fatebinder. I am Cassandra, master of napping. The forge-bound present are in my charge. She grants you a perfunctory nod. I know your time is limited, and South Haven too remote for this meeting to be chance. What is it that I can do for you? How did you end up here in South Haven? As master of napping, it's my duty to build the forges that keep the others occupied. Bronze and iron are the guild's trademark, but stone's the foundation. When Kairos' conquest began, my kin followed the armies into the tiers, and I led the efforts to build up Lethian's Crossing. With our task at the crossing complete, there was naught to do after but return home. I barely made the long march south, so I decided to head towards the closest port, just near here, and planned to catch a boat back home, but the journey here was difficult. Brotherhood bandits ambushed us on the road. Her eyes narrow at the memory, and she rubs the left side of her abdomen. They fancied our forge implements and thought them fair payment for use of the road. I refused, and we brained them with our hammers. I refused to give them my shit, so I fucked them up. That's what she's saying. Alright, cool. She cracks her neck with a quick tilt of her head. I cracked a rib or three, and some others in the party were wounded. So resting in South Haven seemed wise. The locals were overly accommodating, and I started wondering if I'd even live through the sea voyage home. So I decided to set up shop and teach here. Our temporary stay became rather permanent. Do you know a man named Capteron? Capteron, oh, for fuck's sake. She rolls her eyes in a sudden loss of composure. A lovesick cub, if I've ever seen one. He's helpful with hauling the odd jobs, but enough with his endless pining. Not that he's ever experienced love as best as I can tell. He's well past fathering age, but probably couldn't find a vagina in a brothel. Oh my god, dude, this fucking game sometimes, dude. Oh. This last freaking part of the sentence, probably couldn't find a vagina in a brothel. That's rough. That is rough. He mostly keeps his affections to himself, thankfully. He's harmless and always compliant if you yell loudly enough. Do you fancy spineless men? Have at him. Oh my god. You have hair. I thought the forgebound shaved their heads. She permits a smirk for a brief moment, the briefest of moments. I've shaved my head for nearly every day of my life. I think I've earned a reprieve. She lightly smacks the back of the apprentice's head as he as he kneels to work. These idiots don't get that luxury. We have these traditions for a reason. If you waited into the forge fire all day, you know better than to grow a mop of wicks out of your head. I thought Jaspos was master of napping. Jaspos? I thought officers of the court would be better informed, Fatebinder. There can only be one master of napping at a time. I'm not a corpse yet, despite the wishes of my apprentices, so the title remains with me. So what rank does Jaspos hold, if not a master? Why are we even talking about Jaspos? The only title he's fit to wear is Master of Arrogance. He was a dutiful enough student, but I've heard the boasts he's made to my apprentices in private. He learned quickly, I'll give him that, but he was a long way off from attaining any kind of mastery. It takes at least a decade of consistently impressive work before the guild would allow for the title of master to be bandied about. If I drop dead tomorrow, there are a dozen others more qualified to inherit my title. She lets out a long sigh, her eyes narrowing as her upper lip twitches. What gave you this notion that Jaspos is the master of napping? Oh, here we go. Okay. Jaspos has claimed that title for himself. It's a detail that came up as part of the investigation of mine. I can say nothing more on the matter. You know what, too? If this is true, someone must be informed about. She halts, her thought a clenched fist. If it's true that Jaspos is claiming such things, know that it is a punishable offense in the Forge-bound Guild. When you are more at liberty to discuss what you know, please bring this to the Guild's attention. I'm here to retrieve Jaspos's tools. What sort of nonsense is this? He has a rather elaborate tool set that was left at the crossing, correct? I'm here to collect. Good question. Starting to suspect I've been duped, and I'm guessing the only tools here are yours. To commemorate my 50 years with the Guild, Zadinia made me a tool set of the most exquisite craftsmanship. No doubt that's what Jaspos has in mind. After we left Lethian's Crossing, I noticed my set was incomplete. Several key hammers and chisels, one of my best loops, all missing. At the time, I assumed the fault lay with me. The way to Southaven wasn't without its troubles, and I assumed I misplaced things during the shuffle. I would never have guessed that Jaspos would steal them from me, from his own master. If my knees were still good for sprinting, I'd chase down that ungrateful rake and pulverize his skeleton one bone at a time. Her rage seems to vanish with a shrug and a smile. And I suppose making tools is what I do best. Not like I can't replace what was lost, but those tools were a gift, and not even I can fashion sentimentality out of rock. Not sure exactly how I can help you with this situation, Fatebinder. Misunderstood the situation. The tools should remain with you. I misunderstood the situation. The tools are rightfully yours. If you wish to lose your life over a set of billets and hammerstones, so be it. What makes those tools so special? Zadinia fashioned them as part of a series of works inspired by some pre-war study into the Tidecasters and their ways. She took it upon herself to spend a year working only with the crystals and metals the casters used in their designs. My tools were some of the best pieces that came from that year of experimentation. I try not to make a big deal about having tools inspired by Tiersman's magic, but they are the finest I've used. I guess the idea is that some of the Moonlight's energy remains trapped in the business end of the tools. All I know is that with them in hand, I can work faster and with more precision and strength. In truth, I can do just fine with lesser tools. As much as I adore the set Zadinia made for me, nobody can make a handle to fit my hand quite like I do. She picks up a small hammer and twirls it in her hand. But if Jaspos thinks he can claim the rest of my tools and pretend to greatness, that ungrateful wretch is dead to me. Woo! If my knees were still good for sprinting. Okay, Thank you, Fatebinder. She visibly relaxes, as do several of her apprentices, who quickly return to their duties. I'm glad we could clear this misunderstanding, and I'm sorry that one of my own deceived you. As his instructor, I should have spotted the flaw in his scruples. The shame is mine that he was not cleft from our ranks sooner. Dude. Okay, Jaspos, you fuck. You sent me out here to literally, like... I'm not a fan of Jaspos right now. I'm not a fan of Jaspos right now. I'm gonna do it on my secondary save. But yeah, Jaspos is a little shit. I wasn't about to sit there and, you know, fight her over tools that were rightfully hers. So I know I have to go to Jasper's Junction, or Trapper's Junction. This is something that I've had to do for a long while now. I also have to go back and talk to, the Grave Lords, so I'm not going to do that right now either. I just want to make sure that I can get all these side quests done first. What's going on here? You can spot a soldier lying in a slump. Though the mud and blood caked on his tattered garb, you can make out the colors of the color and insignia of the Unbroken. He fights to the pain with which each of his ragged breaths. As you approach, he shifts his head slightly towards you, but does not appear to have the strength to look up. The only ones traveling this way could be those who brought down Duskwatch. If that's you, then I'll die with a curse on my lips. So this is it then. Just kill me quickly. I'm in no state to continue on like this. He forces a smile and a trickle of blood out the side of his mouth. Ooh. What happened here? A battle from the looks of it. He turns into the wind and sniffs. Not a terribly impressive one, but a bloody one, and that's Barrick. Bronze Armiger. He raises his head and takes a look at you while wincing. The Scarlet Chorus? They've been driving us across this wasteland, pressing their attack at every turn. Looks like they finally got us cornered in this pass. I was part of the first line of defense. When my comrades got wiped out, the Chorus went on through. I thought myself lucky they didn't check for survivors. After a few hours, I started to change my mind. His dry smile quickly turns into a wince of pain. Do you need aid? I could dress those wounds. I have pressing questions. He coughs up a glob of blood and looks at it with amusement. I don't have much time to regale you with tales of stalwart history, I'm afraid. I'd rather spend these last moments remembering the true color of the sky. He focuses up at the dirty wall of storm clouds overhead. Very optimistic of you, but his wounds are too severe. I could attempt a healing spell, but I fear it'd merely prolong the pain and give him more than false hope. Okay, shit. Wouldn't expect one of Ash's brood to carry bandages. You ironclads can practically regrow limbs. Though if you came from Tunon's court, I guess I don't know what you can do. He tries to laugh, but it elicits too much pain. Where is Matthias? Matthias, if he lives, he's with the rest of the countrymen. He makes a feeble gesture somewhere off in the distance. Suppose I'll leave you be then. The man bursts into a coughing fit, and an ugly torrent of blood spurts from his mouth. His gasping for air turns into gurgling as he finally slumps over and stops moving entirely. Well, he's dead. Yep. He's not going to be in the second one. That's for sure. All these dead bodies, dude. Bronze Armiger. Okay, so these... Okay, those are all of them. And those... His rock spire seems to have been risen so suddenly and violently that the weapons and armor alike were... pierced straight through. Okay, fuck these guys.
On it.
Another battle.
Okay, hold on. Barrick, you need to step back here this way. And fight this guy.
I'll do it for the north.
And then you two need to go ahead and kill him. Ooh, they hit some ball lightning out there. Come on, take it, fine. There you go, just kill this dude. That's all you gotta do is worry about killing this one guy. There you go, good job.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
On it. I got it.
I'm not a big fan of
Thinking.
the... Oh fuck, what are they called again? The chorus of blood or whatever the fuck they're called. Not a big fan of them.
That wasn't so hard. I got it.
Yeah, so any chance I get, I'm definitely gonna kill him.
Can't do that. Found something.
Oh, she's on fire. Okay, so let's go to Lantry here. go to his spells, go to flash fire, do that. Let's go to her. Let's move her in. And then let's go to spells. Let's go to flash fire. And do that. So we had both of them do flash fire, right? Let's go to spells with him and go to fireball. And do that.
Grovel before me!
My people. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, Lantry.
On your knees, worm!
Okay, you guys all gotta focus this little fucker. So you can see that her health bar is different. She's got a wound on her. I think that's what this is. No, where's the wound? Oh, I don't even see the wound. But yeah, she does have a wound, so that's essentially what that health bar is. Alright, so we had some more Scarlet Chorus there. Let me go ahead and do this, and do this. So we rested up, she ain't got no wounds no more. Go to my secondary save and save again. I want to go search this southern area real quick.
Found something.
Oh, more Scarlet Chorus. Okay, so with him...
Will do.
Alright, Barrick, you're being stupid.
Admit that on the record.
Let's have it then.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
I will have your head!
And damage.
I got it.
Oh shit. Oh damn, Ebb went down, huh? Ebb and the party are lifted into the sky. That's what we'll do. Takes way too long to cast.
You'll have to do.
He's still hitting Ebb from down there.
Slightly better than.
Oh yeah, she's dead. Okay, so with Lantry, and then
As you command.
As you wish.
Well struck.
I've kind of got them like.
Want some of this?
Okay, so I'm going to just fuck him up with this.
I'll omit that from the record.
I think I have to run to him for this, but that's fine. Like my moon tank, dude, I don't even worry about him.
Entirely worthless.
I really don't. I don't worry about my tank at all. Alright. Yeah, my primary tank, like, he's just a beast.
Got it.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have any fucking health potions. She needs those. These packs and supplies are far too well kept and organized to originate from any Scarlet Chorus gang. Armor and supplies clearly belong to the Unbroken or strewn about. It's hard to tell if the red accents are from blood or from Scarlet Chorus war paint. Hold right there. No entry by this side of the gate. Head north if you wish to state your business. Okay, yeah, so we killed all the Scarlet Chorus fuckers. Ooh! Ooh. Jagged Remedy's orders. This missive is written in a shaky but impassioned scrawl that left deep creases in the parchment. Remedy. The Unbroken have been most troublesome for Ash and his inbred legion. Invite as many of their number to join our song as you can. Pay special attention to their leader, Matthias, and bring him to cacophony in one piece. We know how you love to cut into tendons and play with the puppeteer, but humor us this once with your restraint, your adoring leader. Bloodhound fist wraps, Bloodhound sandals, and Jagged Remedy's thirst. Okay, hold on. This barbed and wicked-looking blade was used in the interrogation and dissection of prisoners. Jagged Remedy seldom cleaned it, and rust and flecks of gore cling to the edge, enraged on kill. Yeah. I just want to see what it looks like. Woo-hoo-hoo. That bad boy looks cool as shit. But my mallet's way better, so... let's go ahead and put this on him. And keep moving. Alright, so we have to go up here and talk to Matthias. Alright, guarding the entrance to the makeshift encampment, an unbroken warrior stands sentry with thick lines of exhaustion under her eyes. Streaks of sand and rust cover her worn armor and weathered skin. Who treads on unbroken lands? The guard's voice trembles with fatigue. Everyone who comes up to Trapper's Junction these days is involved in the war somehow. State your intentions. I'm not above killing you just to be safe. The soldier glares at you with intensity and purpose. I'm looking for Matthias. He's your leader, is he not? That's him, all right. She squints at you, looking skeptically, then calls over her shoulder, Captain, you've got a visitor. Looks like trouble. Of course. The unbroken fighter looks pale and worn. His demeanor has begun to show the horrors he's witnessed. But he wears scars. But he wears every scar, in concern twitch with a veteran's dignity. Matthias, captain of these troops here at Trapper's Junction, and to the whole of the Unbroken. I mean, that's a good title, bro. Alright. Continue. He looks you up and down, nodding as some truth comes together in his mind. Even this far south, we hear of Tunon's agent who broke the siege at Vendrian's Well. If you've come to make history repeat itself, then allow me to correct you. The Unbroken will not lie down as easily as the Vendrian's Guard. He draws his weapon slowly. So you're the wretch who caused us so much trouble in the Stalwart campaign. I've been looking forward to this day. He flinches at the sight of Barrick. That thing talks? Kairos' minions have not weathered the invasion well, have they? I don't suppose you're interested in hearing about the benefits of Kairos' peace. Ash wants me to end the Edict of Storms. Maybe we could help each other. I need to hop, mate. It was a pleasure. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for that raid, bro. I really, really appreciate it. Time to add your bones to the storm. Goodbye, Matthias. Ash wants me to end the Edict of Storms. And I suppose Ash wants to set up a disfavored garrison at Sentinel Stand as well. Matthias clenches his jaw. I can't allow that. Our goals only align until the moment that Stridus Harridan dies. Beyond that, we have nothing in common. If you won't cooperate, then you're standing in my way. What's your status here? You expect me to offer up some advantage for you to exploit. I think not, Fatebinder. There's a detachment of Scarlet Chorus nearby, and none of us is wearing the Voices of Nearest sigil. That should tell you plenty about our current status. If you expect to learn anything about our strengths, okay. I don't suppose you're interested in hearing about the benefits of Kairos' peace. We already refused Kairos' empty terms when your misguided invasion began. Let's neither of us pretend that Graven Ash has grown more forgiving in this last year, or that anything but enslavement and mass graves await us in Kairos' dominion. If you won't cooperate, then you're standing in my way. With what strength we have, let us gut this slave of Kairos for Stalwart.
Heads up.
I really didn't want to fight. That's the problem. I really did not want to fucking fight.
We have company.
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless. Anyone else want some of this? What was I thinking?
Right.
Now it's done.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working.
Keep your...
Oh no, the combo got interrupted. You bitch.
I will aid you.
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
Useless. What the fuck, bro? Oh, some of the shit that they say, dude. Alright. Pretty good, Def. What's up, man? What's up, dude? What's up, what's up? I saw that you downloaded the thing. I saw that you got it downloaded. That's awesome. I'm excited. It's definitely, ooh. Definitely something we could play. Should we wield this big bitch? That's got better dips. And it's got armor pen. Oh, dude, I bet. It took me like fucking 4 or 5 hours to download that fucking game. And it's okay. Like, it's not the best game ever. It's okay. While it looks like quite uncomfortable, there's no doubt that this rust-covered makeshift tent can survive the worst weather of the tiers. Yeah, it's not like the worst game, but it's also not like the best game. That's a trap.
Spotted something.
But I've only played it with Z, so I've only played it with 2 people. Okay, so we've got fucking 4 people to kill, 5 people to kill.
In order.
Keep your hands off me.
It is what it is. Alright, so with these guys, I really want to... Oh, did you already cast it? Oh, dude, we're still on cooldown. We're still on cooldown. Ball lightning. There we go.
Oh, I feel like I just... the disease stove.
Crap.
That's what you get. I'm playing the dwarf, by the way, and Z is playing the ranger, the archer, whatever it's called. Look at that ball lightning, dude. I can just let them auto attack this thing, and they'll kick its ass. Skyblade critically hits Grimster. Weapon ineffective. Well. These notes are hastily scribbled and show a tenuous grip on literacy. They describe the relentless conscription efforts of the Scarlet Course gang as they chase the Unbroken across the Blade Grave. The notes include many references to Dauntless, a relic sword of the Unbroken, and many ill-fated attempts to find the blade. There is some crude drawing that resemble a map of the Blade Grave, with a sword drawn in the eastern section of the old walls. Infested Old Walls is now unlocked on the map. Yes. Okay. Oh, heyo.
I got
What's up, guys?
Send me your champion!
I'm just kind of annihilating this entire fucking group of whatever the fuck they are.
Oh, this weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
She says it again. This weapon is like nipples on men.
What was I
Useless. Oh, he can't even get over there.
Right.
Hey, there we go.
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
Damn. Clear Trapper's Junction of enemies. Return to Jaspos. Phoebe's last known location was in the remains of the village currently known as Phlogiston. Okay. Find the remaining chronicles, a breach between the worlds, speak with Craven Ash. Seats of power. I don't even... what... Speak with Barrack. Report back to Fake Limp. Stones of Elucidation. Oh, that's it. You discover that Matthias, the leader. You have killed everyone in Trapper's Junction. No Scarlet Course or Unbroken rebels remain alive. Yeah. Fucking bitches. Dude, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Nice shot. We gotta move up a little bit. Did that down him or kill him?
Well, that killed that guy. Oh, I guess I killed both of them.
I down one.
Got him at the small wall, 80.
Yeah, I
90.
down one inside of firing range and getting picked up. Oh. Camping
2-year-old's
inside
right.
the... There's two on a wall, and then there's
Down one, down one. One's down.
Circle collapse imminent. Get to safety.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Just take cover.
Just take cover.
Where are they?
About 40 up the hill, and I'm out of fucking food.
Okay. Gots to get all my stuffs together. Alright. Ow. That hurt. So, we also have a level up. We have a barrack level up. And I think I was leveling this up. And I'm gonna grab this. And boom. The question is, do I keep going with that path, or do I put some in Sentinel for him? Because I don't know what the max level is. Let's go to the infested old walls. We're gonna look for that sword. An abrupt storm drives you into the shelter of a public house built under the colossal stone. Part of me almost kind of wishes I played more Black Ops 4 BR, but I really didn't get into it. Dude, a lot of my clips are from the BR modes in Black Ops, and I also have quite a few from the new one. I'm trying to phase those out into other things, but it's kind of hard. An abrupt storm drives you into the shelter of the public house built under the colossal stone overhang. Travelers from across the tiers share the space with you, warily eyeing one another in the near silence until the thin stew and thinner ale loosens the lips of the gathered. A wiry woman with midnight skin sets a large gourd on a stone near the back of the cave. She challenges you to a game of daggers, in which players compete to throw identical knives at a target. The person who hits the nearest the center in three tries wins. Hey, say what you like, but FPS games and whatnot make for some pretty dope clips. I agree. I have some pretty damn good clips too, though. I really do. I have some pretty damn good clips. Play fairly. You stand and approach the woman, setting down your own twine-bound rings and challenge. The woman grins, turns, and hurls her first knife, beginning the game. Stone Sea villagers. She seems quite competent with a hurled blade, but you sink 2 daggers closer to the center of the gourd than her closest. Impressed, she offers you your winnings and purchases your next drink. So I gained some favor with Lethian's Crossing, and I gained some favor with Stone Sea villagers. 20 accuracy when above 75% health. Oh, and she gave me 20 copper rings. That's cool. So she gave me some rings, and she gave me some other shit. By the way, dude, I honestly don't play a whole lot of FPS games anymore because, for one, I can't stream them because my PC can't handle both streaming and playing at the same time on those types of games because I like high frame rates, so running both is kind of impossible. Jesus. Nine new items since last visit. I just wish GPU prices weren't so bad, because I could make a pretty cheap streaming PC. Dude, what? That's the whole thing, dude. That's the whole fucking thing. Right there. I could make a better PC than what I'm currently running, and run this as a stream PC. Like that's what I would do, honestly. I would make a better PC and run this PC as a streaming PC. Because I would run with a 30 series and use my 20 series as a streaming GPU.
Will do.
Another demonstration of our power seems in order.
I mean, we're kind of shitting on these things now. We were having issues with them before.
Grovel before me!
Like, you don't even need that great of a PC to have it as streaming PC. A 1060 would work just fine. Oh, I know. I know. But the whole thing is, why not go ahead and upgrade? Like, why not make an upgraded PC and use what I have as a streaming PC? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my whole thought.
This will be fun.
Oh, fuck me.
Wait! I did that? Nice!
Before I fight them, I'm gonna rest.
Hands off me!
Okay, so we're gonna go back here and do a rest. Oh yeah, that's what I would do because I want a better GPU anyway. But my point is, you could put together a $500 PC and it would work just fine, or an $800 one. I mean, I gave both styles like that away, to be honest. I had another PC when I upgraded to this one that would have worked as a great streaming PC, but I gave it away. And then I had another one that would have also worked as a great streaming PC, and I gave that one away.
I am a shield wall unto myself!
Okay, so first things first, all these little guys need to die. So, we're gonna... I mean... There we go.
So watch and learn.
That one right.
Alright, so for one thing, we're gonna have you heal. We're gonna have you heal. That works out in our favor. Come on, finish them off.
Submit to me!
Okay.
No, fight.
Okay, so now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use
Await my
this.
signal. I'm in.
Fuck. Yes.
Dude.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oh, shit. And then I'm gonna have Barrick go ahead and do this.
Right.
And then we're gonna do this.
No, if I had an iron ring for every
Alright. We're gonna have to drink potions again.
stay alive.
Dude, this fight's actually rough, man. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. See if we can make these guys like stop moving for a minute. There we go.
None stay
There
our
we
way.
fucking go.
Can't do
Okay.
that.
Whew. What is that? This hunk of wrought iron used to sear the counterclockwise twist into the flesh of the Scarlet Chorus recruits. Those who cannot endure the searing mark are deemed unfit for even the most menial chore in the chorus, and such unfit recruits become teamsters or corpses depending on their capacity for manual labor. You can sell this to a merchant as spare parts. Fashioned in great number by the overworked smith of the Candle Mountain, each recruitment brand has its own unique size and style of curl, as well as imperfections and deformities that come from the hurried fabrication process. The lack of a uniform brand creates cliques amongst the Scarlet Chorus. All recruits that share the same brand share memories of being burned and marked for life by the same person. I mean, that's gonna get sold. What's in this one? Okay. 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 Red moss poultice. This pungent-smelling swath of linen is a red moss poultice, a traditional greenworn herbal remedy for smoke inhalation and foul air. Unfortunately, this poultice is torn and cannot be used. You can sell this to a merchant as spare parts. Okay, so I'm gonna take that. Bent and corroded, this bronze metal appears to have borne the brunt of a spear thrust, depicting the icon of the Northern Leaper, an animal that can't walk backwards. This particular metal is the Valiant Crest, a distinction awarded to soldiers that volunteered to be in the first row of the first charge of a battle that lived to see the end of the fight. You can sell this to a merchant as spare parts. Okay, so we have that. Take all that. I think this is going to be... Yes. As your hand touches the hilt of the sword, a rush of sensation courses up your arms as if you had dunked them in the warm water. The feeling is at once calming and overwhelming and leaves you breathless. Dauntless. I saw that blade carve up too many friends during the Stalwart campaign. The locals rallied around it, sang anthems when it was drawn. It's every bit as meaningful to the Unbroken as the Sentinel stand. I've seen plenty of decorative copies in my time, but this is genuine. The Bane would not have gathered around the mundane imitation. It's the real Dauntless. Deftly snatching a quill and parchment, Lantry begins to sketch the sword. You'll need to hold on to it for posterity's sake, naturally. As you grow accustomed to the sword's weight, your thoughts are drowned out by a perpetual buzz of voices, fragments of inspiring speeches, glorious battle cries, and the anticipation of triumph to come. The feeling subsides as quickly as it struck. Dauntless pulses in your hand, its potential desperate for release. Your perspective is divided between holding a sword and holding a living symbol. The distinction at times grows hazy. Is it a one-handed? Yes, the fuck it is. Yeah, we're gonna use that. So its first ability, Resolute on weapon crit. Stalwart. Raise the Dauntless high, releasing a wave of energy to stun all nearby enemies. Damage increases with the Dauntless renown. This legendary sword was the badge of the Office of Champion of Stalwart. Oh, dude, this is gonna be fucking cool. So we can get this thing all the way up to 5. Yeah, you better believe we're gonna fucking use this sword. I mean, it is a masterwork sword, so we get rid of our one-handed weapon for that. So yeah, now we have a fucking legendary that's like gonna increase damage the more we get renown with it. So why not go ahead and use that, you know what I'm saying? I don't quite know how to level it up yet, considering this is the first one that I've actually used. Alright, let's go to Phlogiston. I don't want to go to Iron Hearth yet because I don't want to press forward the actual main campaign. So I'm trying to go and do all the side stuff before I press forward in the main. So what is this? Artifact. You have discovered an artifact. Artifacts are powerful magical items that, when wielded, grant their owner a new ability. Artifacts are known throughout the tiers and the greater empire beyond. As an artifact's reputation grows, its ability becomes more powerful. Okay, so that is what this is. Artifact ability. Okay, shit. Raise the Dauntless high, releasing a wave of energy to stun all nearby enemies. Damage increases with the Dauntless's renown. And I can do it once per rest. So it's a matter of, do I want to do it in that fight or wait till I get to a fight where shit's actually, like, hurting? You know what I'm saying? Alright, so that's really cool, though. We have the Dauntless. Tearsman Greatbow. Ah. Oh. Heavy bronze boots. If I'm understanding correctly. Dude, that's shitty. I would lose 1 resolve and 1 vitality. So I'm gonna have to upgrade these Ironfoot knockers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to upgrade those. I mean, I can just run right fuck past him, so I don't have to worry about talking to him just yet.
Well, what do we have here?
Wait, what did I find? Oh, I found that. Heyo, scroll of remarkable sigil of strength. Boom. Old water. Alright, so let's go to him and learn it. Strength 5, what's up, dude? So we technically don't have to talk to all these little guys, but I talk to them anyway. Just to get more out of the lore and stuff. So far on my main, I have Masterwork, I have a Masterwork chest piece, so armor, and Masterwork, technically a legendary, but it's Masterwork, sword, so it is a Masterwork, but it's like a renowned sword. An artifact, there you go. Come closer, chum. He twirls his axe and as he calls you out. Let's have a good look at you. The chorus warrior scans you from head to toe, twirling his axe and puffing his chest as he looks over you. The boss said we're only free to kill disfavored, but if you come here for a fight, I'm sure we can oblige. So what brings you to this shit stain of a village? Who's in charge here? That would be Crass, Kalia. She's the one always looking like she's having a shittier time than everyone else. Look for the blood chanter at the rooftop north of here. No doubt she's contemplating whether or not our problems can be solved with, oh, I don't know, fire? I'm here for a sage named Phoebe. You could be in luck. We've captured a few that were lurking in the area, but I didn't pay attention to their names. When you're trying to interrogate them, details like that feel so secondary. You should talk to the boss about them. Learn anything from the sages? This isn't the sort of thing I should be sharing with outsiders. Talk to Kalia herself if you care so much. What's your role in the gang? Me. I'm the fun one. Kalia makes the decisions, but I get to enforce them. When things are quiet, I'm the huntsmaster, since none of these jolly idiots can discern deer spore from dog shit. I'll be going now. I might end up killing all of them. Just saying. Didn't expect to see many visitors out here. What do you need? Know anything about the captured sages? I only know we're under orders to nab them and interrogate them. Kraskalia is the one who could tell you for sure. Why? What's your role in the gang? Me? I'm the eyes and ears. Been pulling scout duties since we lost Shrill Chantrum to the disfavored. When I'm not watching over the gang, I'm watching over this one. He points to the woman standing near him. Contusion here is mine, so hands off. She's been a little odd since the injury, but she's still in there mostly. Contusion, huh? A tall, wiry woman peers intently at scrap parchment in her hand, tracing the contours of an elaborate drawing with her finger, like tree, but prettier. She giggles approvingly at its contents, scratching the area around the noticeable dent in her forehead. What? As you approach, she crumples the drawing and stuffs it in her shirt. Are you Fred? Yes, I'm ally to the chorus. Sure, why not? Good, good. No need kill you then. Not in mood for killing right now. What do you want? What happened to your forehead? She taps her forehead, a confused expression spread across her face as she hunts around for something on her face, oblivious to the injury. What do you mean? Did I make a mess again? She hasn't any memory of the incident. I'm just lucky to still have her. What do you do in this gang? Warrior, toughest of crew, needle-toe husband, Callia boss, Skinner's little boss, ragwork cooks, gang's family. How long have you and Needle-toe been together? What do you mean? Needle is mate for life. Is that long? Says we're together forever. Maybe someday we'll we'll scrap, he says. Honestly, don't tell everything to the stranger. He leans in to grab her arm, blushing as he does. I told her someday we'll scrap together enough rings to afford some real food for a change. Scrap. Do you mean escape? Yeah, that's what he said. She's been off since the injury. I'm lucky I still have contusion, strangeness and all. Not going to risk that by escaping. That's nonsense. What's the parchment you're playing with? Pretty drawing. Skinner plays with sages and said sage, so happy she gave drawing his gift. She holds out the wrinkled parchment, which contains a prominent sigil and many paragraphs of scholarly exposition. The drawing looks faded. I can make a prettier copy for you. You make nice drawing for me? Sigil of piercing accent. You produce a pen and clean parchment. As she hands you the scroll, you copy its sigil precisely, adding minor embellishments to exaggerate its features. Contusion claps excitedly as you add the flourishes. As she gazes adoringly at her new gift, you tuck the now unwanted scroll away in your pack. That's all for now. Ah, so we gained a sigil. There's a Scarlet Fury sitting there. All right, let me grab whatever this is. Ooh, it's a dagger. I have a lot of shit to sell. All right, Crass. A tall, heavily scarred blood chanter stands before three bound and bloodied sages. She raises her palm, bright orange with unnatural heat, and presses it to one of the captive's eyes. His agonizing screams blend together with the hiss of his cooking flesh, ending only after he slumps over and passes out. Why do we hit things when they don't work? Because it worked in Tyranny. That's so true. She hears your approach and turns around, panting slightly from exertion. Kairos' fetid merkin, a fate binder out here of all places. She winces briefly, patting a tightly wound bandage covering her ribs. I know, the voices of Nerit want your eviscerated heart, but I have no interest in trying to collect. Not when we have work to do. I'd prefer my gang save our strength to fight the disfavored, so keep your weapons lowered, and we'll do the same. So what do you want? How'd you get that wound? I let my guard... Oh, discreetly slide a knife between her ribs. Ooh. I let my guard down. Didn't watch my flank. Got slashed in the ribs by some runt sage and a ridiculous quill knife. She grimaces as she adjusts the bandage around. Okay. What were the sages doing here when you found them? Nothing seems to arouse these sages more than the idea of reclaiming their precious knowledge. No doubt they meant to sneak into the burning library. Otherwise, why trudge through this sad eyesore of a country? They aren't talking, though. Not that the sages could ever get past our garrison, unless they meant to take a different route. They may be soft, but they aren't idiots. They're up to something, and I'm going to find out. I need to speak with the sages. Okay. Fat chance, Fatebinder. I'll respect your rights as Tunon's lapdog, up to a point. Stabs a finger at a shivering, bloodstained sage. Your title is the only thing that separates you from the traitors. Nerrit will drive a spike up my ass if he learns that I'll let you talk to them, so no fucking way. Before the blood chanter can react, you step forward and push a knife through the bandage covering her ribs. Kalia lets out a choked gasp and falls to the ground, where she continues to flail and hiss. You smash your knee into the side of her neck and pin her with it, twisting the knife while her limbs twitch weakly underneath you. It's not long before she grows still. Oh shit. What happened? Ragwort rushes over and flips Kalia on her back, revealing the bloody bandages covering her former leader's ribs. Motherless whore, she's really dead? She directs a suspicious glare in your direction. She was wailing on the prisoners when she fell over. I think she tore open an old wound. You know what happened? Need I demonstrate on you? No, I'm not gonna be a problem. It's time we were due for a change-up anyways. I'll just get out of your way. Callie is dead. We're officially done with this ash heap. Grab your gear. Leave the sages. We're moving out. Now, to solve Skinner and the gang's mind. Thanks, Fatebinder. Yeah. We kill them all, bro. Kill them all. Aye, Phoebe. Another interrogator. Injured and restrained, the middle-aged woman manages a weak smile between swollen and blood-caked lips. Though cuts and burns run the length of her body, her quiet composure grants her a surprising measure of dignity. Apologies if I'm running short on screams. Ugh. She chuckles and winces from some unknown pain. Ah, Sage Phoebe, you're looking like you're staying active. Oh, for the love of, why am I not surprised to see the Overlord's most loyal fanatic on the side of my captors? Who's your friend? Sage Phoebe and I go back a ways, though we rarely worked together back in the day. She and I didn't see eye to eye on many things, such as the marching to Kairos' drumbeat already. Was this the arrangement? You preach surrender to the sages, and Kairos' minions treat you like a kept pet. Show some respect when you speak to Sage Lantry. Oh. I don't really... You know what? Fuck it. Enough of that. You do well to listen to the Fatebinder and obey. I doubt you believe me, but I don't want you to suffer more than you already have. No matter how many times I try to divulge all that I know, you all seem to think I'm hiding more. So be it. We'll play this little game once more. Ask your questions. Wagstaff sent me to kill you. Says you're a threat. If Wagstaff sent you, a bloody cough halts her attempt to speak firmly. Then there's little to discuss. What's the story with you and Wagstaff? I figured even you Northerners know how the School of Ink and Quill and the Tidecasters hate each other. Wagstaff was the enemy, then Kairos' minions showed up. I want the details, enlighten me. We were friends and rivals, then just rivals. She come all this way to interrogate me about such gossip. Lift her up by the bandolier. We can skip to the part about him wanting you dead. I already know the unmentionables. He spared few details. I want your side of the story. Her eyes widen with fear as you effortlessly heft her wiry frame. Point taken. Oh, shit. Yes, we had a relationship as physically and stimulating as it was mentally exhausting. It was a tryst that spanned decades. Our schools forbade any such pairing, and common sense did as well. But the danger only made it more intoxicating. What did you gain from your collaboration? A plethora of volatile emotions and coitus-driven reconciliation. If you'll pardon my candor. She shakes her head, wincing in pain. It's a bit strange to recall such things while festooned with bruises. Again, pardon my candor. My mistake. I'm merely assuming you two work together, as I can't imagine Wagstaff discovered all that he told me about
You learn
himself.
something every day.
Oh shit. Her eyes light up. For a moment, it seems the fatigue of repeated interrogations lift from her face. That lousy prick. His discoveries. Together, he and I discovered something special. His understanding of the occulted Jade's magic and my knack for expression. It all came together when we pulled our rings to purchase a text copied from the Forgebound. But we could not come forward with our findings, as neither would be rewarded for our discoveries, but rather punished for our collaborations. So our findings, like our trysts, had to remain a private matter. You don't seem surprised that Wagstaff sent me. We didn't part amicably. The man holds grudges like no other. Part of me expected he'd hire some miscreants to delve out copious fustigation. What? Tell me, did he ask you to bring anything back with you after the deed, and I, a tow, perchance? He asked me to bring back whatever you were carrying. Then it's as I suspected. He wants my writings. He's too late. Perhaps this is the upside of all my scrolls going up in flames. The trenchant-mouthed water warlock can't have it. Tell me about this discovery of yours. She averts her gaze. Oh, just some refinement to existing theories of water magic. Revelatory in the academician sense, meaningless to adventuresome practical sorts like you. Wagstaff already spoke of your research, so there's no point in lying about your findings. Did he? Then we're all done talking, as he no doubt has you here to suss out what details he has forgotten. Slay me now, Fatebinder. I'd rather the satisfaction of what I know dying with me. Your death might be a slow process. Tell Wagstaff it dies with me. Another blow across her cheek produces bloody spittle. She sent a tooth flying, but elicits no response from the prisoner. Fuck it. Bye, Phoebe. The belongings of the sage named Phoebe. They consist mostly of scrolls, writing implements, and random bits of parchments with things scribbled all over them. I'm a dick. I know. It is what it is. Damn, I can go all the way down here. Grants immunity to afflictions while health is critical. Replaces shield bash. Stunned, dazed. While wearing only heavy armor, gain additional bonus to armor and bonus recovery. Greatly increases weapon damage while using single one-handed melee weapons and allows basic attacks to strike multiple times. Alright. Dauntless. Oh, okay. So I gain that. Return to Wagstaff. I've gained a new accent, which is Sigil of Strength 5. Lore plus 60. Dude. Wow. Okay, I really need some lore skill. Like, I really need some lore skill. Like, holy crap, dude. Really need some lore skill. Alright, so I have two choices. I can go back to Bastard's Wound and talk to both of them, or I can talk to them at Iron Hearth. I think I'm going to try talking to them at Iron Hearth and see what happens. So when I get here, I'm going to save. Alright. So... because we have, like, all these are primary quests. All of them. What is this tied together? So yeah, a breach between worlds. We still have to talk to him for that. All of them are primary quests, so I don't think it's going to affect anything by me going and talking to him now. But if it does, all I gotta do is reload the saves. So let me go and sell shit first. So I'm gonna go to him and go and sell all my stuff. We do that first, and then we can go and talk to Graven Ash again. Oh. Four iron rings, man. That actually looks pretty good. Having 4 iron rings running. Graven Ash should be standing like right here. Fatebinder, you return. Something wrong. Nothing I can't handle. The war takes a toll on everyone it touches. But in my case, the price can be heavier than most. He rises to full height and dismisses your concerns with an authoritative shrug on his shoulders. But never mind that. You didn't come here to hear about an old man's aching joints. We have a realm to subjugate, and people to break under the disfavored banner. I've returned from the Old Wall's breach. And killed the leader of the Unbroken, I understand. You've accomplished much in the name of the Legion, and devotion is a quality that I praise in my soldiers. The Unbroken will no doubt elect another rotted scarecrow to represent their interests. We had best subdue the rest of this realm before they have time to recover from the loss. He strokes his beard and ponders. You put much at stake in plumbing those ancient ruins. Though these lands are not wholly subjugated under the Empire, we are still beholden to Kyros's laws against entering the Old Walls. I appreciate that you take such risks on my Legion's behalf. We can only hope that this mad scramble for the heirlooms furthers the goals of the conquest. I suspect that even mighty Tunon would forgive your transgressions if the war depended on it. Since recovering the cloak pin was too tall an order for your elite soldiers, let's see what else I can accomplish. I recovered the steadfast insignia, which should allow us to pass the wind wall. Not for me. I would have you go to the ends of Teradus if it meant bringing down the voices of Nerit, and that includes the Old Walls. If Tunon takes offense to your actions, then I leave you and the Educator to sort out your differences. Alright, so I recovered it. The Unbroken were crafty to think that one of their region heirlooms would circumvent Kyros's magic, and will reap the benefits of their foresight. The last of the regents will die, and an edict of storms will be dispelled. The subjugation of Stalwart is nearly complete. Ready to see if this old trinket gets us through Kyros's storms. I'm a family man. I've always believed that culture is grown from a family legacy and respect from the past. I've sired 4 children in my long life. Ashlerin, Priam, Amelia, and Brennix. I'm a general to my soldiers, but a father as well. They have my confidence, my love, and my trust. There is nothing more to give. My days on Teradus span more than any human lifetime, and on this journey I have learned much. It must be said that I have also grown stubborn. I believe that matters must be handled a particular way, and see no reason to waver in those beliefs, as they are the product of my experience. Tell me about Ashlerin. My first and proudest accomplishment, what strength she had. During the conquest of the Northern Empire, she was slain by Blood Echo, the madman who once laid claim to the title of Archon of War. I would later cut his head from his shoulders with Ashlerin's broken sword. He continued to scream for minutes after the deed was done. Jesus. I miss her to this day. Would that she had lived long enough to bring a family of her own into this world. Imagine me, a grandfather, who was Priam, my son, born to life I enjoyed before I was an Archon. He fell to a wasting illness caused by pox, the Archon of Ruin. Disease was but one of many weapons wielded during the conquest of the North. Were he still alive, he would have sat at my right hand, for he was wise in counsel and a strategy beyond his years, perhaps even beyond mine. Tell me of Amelia. She has her father's stubborn persistence. She is an excellent fighter, though more brazen and eager to test herself on the field of battle. I have objected to this disposition in the past, but it seems as integral to her as the very breath she draws. Amelia. She has been missing from the Legion since the fighting escalated in Stalwart. After her advanced detachment made their way into the depths of enemy territory, we lost contact. I fear for her, Fatebinder. I fear for her daily, and not knowing has turned this war into a nightmare. Brennix. My youngest and most beloved. He was joyful and loving, a soldier like his father, and fiercely devoted to his countrymen. He told the most horrid jokes. But he was taken captive at Vendrian's Well and later died. I could feel his life at the moment it was extinguished. The circumstances were unusual. None of the quick violence brought about by blade or hammer. He died by some force that I cannot understand. I would not speak of this further. Alright. So the question is, do I want to go and do Sentinel Stand now, or go back and try to go into the old walls? I thought we were just going to be walking. Along the road, you cross paths with a trio of tearsmen clad in ragged remnants of noble finery. They appear haggard, hands blemished with dirt, faces sunburnt and peeling. Their guard has been reduced to 2 men in dented bronze, each sporting mangly beards and visible exhaustion. One of the tearsmen notes your banner and hails you. With grim stoicism, the woman explains that she, her husband, and her sister travel from their home towards the bastard city to bend the knee to the Archon of Justice and swear eternal fealty to the Overlord's glorious rule. Unfortunately, they've been harried incessantly by highwaymen of Scarlet Chorus, riders alike, in fear they may not live to see their destination. Your weapons remain sheathed, and even as you demand the refugees attend your authority, as a Fatebinder of Tunon, though the woman matches your gaze with steady resolve, the remainder of the quintet exchange nervous glances among themselves. Via a brief, largely uncontested interrogation, you learn that these three individuals are members of the old aristocracy of Sunder. They traveled to Stalwart after their homeland's destruction, but the Edict of Storms has driven them north again. Having lost very nearly everything short of their life, they finally accepted the inevitability of Kairos' control of the Tiers, and home to find a place within the New World Order. Or New Order. The group is hesitant to accept the terrifying honor of personal escort of the Fatebinder, but they don't resist your insistence. You lead them to the Bastard City and to the court of Tunon, Archon of Justice, who presides over the three nobles as they swear their loyalties and service to the Empire of the Overlord. After the brief ceremony, one of the nobles approaches you and displays her appreciation in the form of a small gift. Increasingly gains a penalty to recovery over time. But I also gained +3 armor, all stolen for 20 seconds, immunity to petrified. Okay. There's something different here. Dying Skyblade. You brought this upon us. You, the Skyblade coughs a couple of times and clears her throat. We underestimated the forces of Kairos. A smile plays at the edge of her lips. You will too. I'm looking forward to helping them stamp the rest of you out. I hope you bleed. She growls, and her eyes roll back as she succumbs to her wounds. Ooh. A leather buckler, huh?
Send me your champion!
Oh, well, fuck.
Will do.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Nobody saw that, right?
Will do.
Well, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
Thank you for your help, Fatebinder. What's going on? We've been cut off from the Lieutenant Rumalon. He dusts himself off a bit. She said that she was trying to secure the bridge before they figured out how to push past the wind wall. He glances over his shoulder and frowns. The Unbroken won't stop until they pushed our troops from Sentinel Stand. They must know that we're close to breaching Kairos' magic. He nods and sets his jaw. Back to the fray, then. Graven Ash protects. Alright. Oh man, we're just finding a lot of purple shit now. Okay, so we have a two-handed weapon. And that's gonna get sold. Scavenging leather boots. Okay. Light leather boots. What about for her? Okay, all that gets sold. Well.
Can't do that. Sorry, can't.
Alright, so where is this gonna take me? Ah.
This will be fun. Stalwart prevails!
Of course I stepped on a fucking
Want some
trap.
of this?
Wait, I did that? Nice!
My dude was not attacking for some reason. That was weird. Alright, well, we're getting regen. Barrack. Just fucking shitting on people. Cloth bracers, okay. Those actually might be better than what we're wearing. I see you. I see you. 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes. I will do my best. I feel like I usually complete those challenges from you, though. I really do. I feel like I usually do pretty good. And what's up, Grogu? Welcome in here, bro. Welcome in here. Yeah, I feel like I usually do pretty good when you give me those.
Can't do that.
Now, question, Grogu. If I'm reading the text, and they curse in the text, can I still read the curse word there? Like, just no cursing by myself outside of the text, correct? Or do we, like, make it into a fun word? Yes, okay. Don't let these dogs cross the bridge. If the unbroken breach sentinels stand, before we do, I'll have every one of the vermin flogged, bloody, while the great general watches. Iron Guard Ramelin grimaces and worries her throat, raw from barking orders over the fury of the storm. Who's... Oh, that water, man. That water's good. I'm not reporting to Ash unless we take Sentinel stand, and that goes for everyone in my unit. We don't see Iron Hearth, and we don't see home until our mission is complete. She pumps her fist twice in the air, and her soldiers reflexively mirror the gesture. And by the way, you must have quite a few points, because, like, every day you jump in here, you run that. Rally to that talking pillar of iron. Janos waves his weapon to direct the Unbroken. She can't hold the might of Stalwart back from the seat of power. I'm here to remind these Unbroken that Stalwart belongs to Kairos. All of you will stand down. I've seen enough battle to know that this is getting us nowhere. Whose alliance am I betraying? This choice betrays your allies, turning them against you. You will abandon your current faction-based quests and instead forge an independent path through the tiers. You don't normally see scout... Yeah, you know what? I'm here to remind these Unbroken. For Kairos and Ash, Ramulin pumps her fist in the air. Glad to see a new ally in the field. We're regrouping on the far side of this bridge. Clean up the Unbroken mess here and join us. Okay, so she's gonna run across, pull up the bridge, and not help me fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. We could have been 4, 5, 6, 7 against 5. 7 against 5, but no, she decides to just take off. She said, "Screw that jazz," and just left.
I'm a shield wall unto myself.
Man.
It's done.
Okay, so I'm gonna use this for the first time. I've never used this skill. Yes! So it did, it dazed them all. That's awesome. That is amazing. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and use this. Reputation abilities. Why do I only have 2 of those? The question. Like, I don't understand why I only have 2. I should have way more than 2. Alright, as soon as he stands up, come on, man. There you go, stand up, thank you. And drink that. And now shield slam this guy. Come on, man. Alright, where is... Quicken. That's what I need. That should heal. Oh! Oh my gosh, he's taking just buku damage. He's not ready yet. Alright.
How am I not dead yet?
Come on.
Oh, wrong
Come
weapon
on.
for the job. I need to try something
Come on.
else.
I've got you.
Yes. And drink that.
Anyone
Thank
else want
you.
some of this?
And now I need you to turn around and
Idiot.
bash the crap out of this guy.
Oh, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
Dude, I now understand, after doing all of this, as to why, when I told someone to attack someone else, they wouldn't attack. I was right-clicking when you need to left-click. So if you click on your person, you need to left-click the person you want them to attack. Otherwise, they won't turn and attack them. Dude, like if I do all these guys and I tell them to attack this...
Too easy.
Dude, after all that time... Alright, I'm gonna spectral blur him. He's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, we just leveled up, so... we're gonna get this to 19. So this bonus health and everything... Oh yeah, dude, I failed hard. This bonus health and everything gives me more control life, which is what I'm focusing mainly on for him. So we have to save up 2 to go to 20 here, and put this to 19 at least. And... Dude! Coil! Dude! Thanks for that 100 biddies, man. I really appreciate that. You're freaking awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Alright, so we just grabbed like his ultimate ability here. Launcher skips forward, vanishing from combat and healing. Upon his return, he releases a wave of energy that reduces recovery of nearby allies. So, I am going to take... And where is that skill? Is that not in here? Oh, Gift of Moments, there it is. And I'm going to put it there. So, I really want to test this out. So we're going to do it. I really want to see how it does. Oh, that is so cool. Let's go.
Oh, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
Invisible for 12 seconds, untargetable. Allied, not self. Minus 100% recovery time for 12 seconds. Oh, he's stunned. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Lancer revives a fallen comrade. Watcher's Judgment. Lancer strikes his target. Okay, so... What I really need to do is go restoring touch on him. So Lantry is a really, really good healer. Like a really good healer right now. Thanks for those 100 biddies though, man. Like, dude, you guys honestly always surprise me, man. Like, you really do. And I really, really, really appreciate you guys. Skyblade Javelin. And Stalwart Great Axe. So we have to check that out and see if it's worth anything. Sentinel Stand Keep was once a proud, imposing structure. Now it stands merely a shadow of his former glory. Alright, so... Look how cool my guy looks, though. He looks super freaking cool. Alright, so is this good? Ooh. Ooh. What about my shield? Harbinger Wings, lightweight and quick step. Do I have any, like, single-handed weapons? Now the question is this better? Yeah, I'm gonna swap that out. So he's spear and shield for his other set, and then he's Stalwart Great Axe for that set. I used two different weapon sets with Barrack here, because Barrack's a beast. Oh man! If only this was actually better. I want to see what it looks like though. Oh, dude, that looks so cool. So that is the Legion symbol that's on his chest. But the whole thing is I've got this iron armor that's masterwork. I've got this iron masterwork armor, so you can't tell if the recent battle here has caused this destruction or if it has been this way for a while. This whole area has changed, dude. It's really cool. The whole area has changed. Why am I looking at Barrack's health? So that was 53 athletics to climb down. Ah, okay, I could have gotten over there if I would have. So if I would have, okay. So there's choices like crazy in this game, and if I decide to play this again, I'll probably play it and record it myself, and then upload it to YouTube. But the choice would have been, if I would have betrayed the alliance with the disfavored, I could have climbed down here and then gotten up on that far side of, like, right there. Right above me. Right there. All the way up. I'll mouse over it right here.
Can't do that. Can't do...
Okay, so I can't go over there from here.
Can't do that.
That's annoying. But the other cool thing is, like, so there's all of these skill sets that you can run, right? So you got one-handed weapons, two-handed, unarmed, magic staves, dual wielding, all that stuff. Now, all your support skills also determines how well you are at certain things in combat. Like, my dodge is for my shield mastery, so my dodge is on point. But as you can see, my magic defense kind of sucks, and my will defense is not that great either. But all my other defenses are, like, insane, dude. Of course, I've got just a hair of magic skill. Look at all these active effects on me, though. So I have shield mastery, bandolier, unnerving presence, ignore the elements, arbiter of knowledge, arcane understanding, one-handed mastery, so I get an extra 3% chance to strike 2 times with basic attacks. Guarded stance, the studded iron gorget, iron knockers, corrosive aura, heavy guard, so negative 10% recovery time, and 2 armor stolen. I'm also exhausted. that we have the Edict of Storms going on and stand together. So I think what I really need to do is go ahead and rest. The other thing that I haven't done is I haven't rested at my own towers in a while. So resting at my own towers gives you an advantage. I really want to get down here and get the... Oh, I have to go over there. Okay, that's cool. That makes sense. I wanted to get down there and get that stuff. Ah.
Got it.
Addendum added, making a stand. Fight to the inner keep. The unbroken and disfavored are fighting for control over Sentinel Stand. Make your way through the war zone and pierce the tornado's wall of wind. Use the steadfast insignia to disrupt the rust storm. Alright, so let's pick this stuff up. So, immunity to poison, we've had that one already. And a bronze javelin. So, who doesn't have... She doesn't. So she's gonna get immunity to poison. And... Is this bronze javelin better than the Skyblade javelin? Nope, it's exactly the same. So, the only thing that would make it honestly better, like, if their damage was exactly the same, right? They had the 16 to 24 pierce, all that crap. The only thing that would make me choose the bronze javelin over the Skyblade javelin would be if it has extras to it, like whether it was lightweight or like how you see my shield down there. It's got lightweight and quick step. If it had something like that, then I would pick it over the one that's currently equipped. Or even if it's worth more. So this one's worth 27. And this one's worth 27, so they're exactly the same. I don't want to go and do the fight just yet, so...
Curious.
Oh, hey-oh. I'm gonna give all these to him now. The moat that once encircled Sentinel Stand has long since succumbed to the harsh environment. Standing water and patches of moist dirt are all that remain. Alright, so we've got... Damn it, dude. Such an idiot. Dude. It has more DPS than Dauntless. But it's only a masterwork. It's not a artifact like this one is. So it adds 2.72 DPS and 2 accuracy. So we're going to trade out that masterwork for the spear. So now if he does... He's got one skill that requires him to use a sword and shield. And it is this breaking the wall. So having that one set of skills, or that extra weapon set, essentially, allows me to do more damage with this breaking the wall. Plus it does 1, 2... It strikes 3 times. So that's pretty nice. So any masterwork stuff we get, we're definitely using. So I think we've been running quickness on her. Even though that's not what controls her tide casting. This is what controls her tide casting. Which is really weird as to why tide casting is controlled. Oh, what is that? Locking skill growth will prevent this character from gaining experience in this skill through normal gameplay interactions. That's weird. Why would you do that? Why would you... Alright, so the question is, do I go with this or do I go with this? Because spell cooldown... That would put it at minus 9% ability and spell cooldown. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Screw it. And then we are almost enough to do her mastery in repelling Nova. The question is, what do I want to put her other stuff in? While in combat, Ebb grants herself and nearby allies bonus to movement speed. Ebb summons water from the target's blood and tissue. It then erupts out of them in a surge, dealing massive damage in the... Yeah, we're gonna do that. So mainly I've just done damage with her. Like damage. And that's all with magic staves. And then damage with frost, damage with shock and frost. Spells and abilities gain a larger area of effect. And then Elemental Fury 3. Gain a large bonus to all shock and frost damage. So literally, I went Tidal. I probably should have went some Gravelight. And only because, like, all of her stuff, like, all of her lore is based on Gravelight stuff versus the Tidal stuff. But I really, like, haven't really looked into the Gravelight. So what do we have? Sends charge bolts of arcane energy at a foe that bounces and hit nearby enemies. Teradus' Call. Lift target into the air and violently throw them back down to the ground, dealing crush damage. Grants bonus armor while Ebb is wearing light armor in combat. Grave Strike. Causes each enemy in a cone to trigger an explosion of Gravelight energy. Foes take arcane damage and a portion of their health, or their lost health, is drained back to... Dude. While in party, Ebb and her allies gain more skill experience with lore. Grants a bonus lore and additional spell slots. Afflictions caused by attacks last longer. I really should have checked out some of her Gravelight stuff. Magic defense. This is all, like, if we had her up front. Ebb's presence frightens nearby Bane. Teradus' Grip. Ebb suspends the target in midair. They can only be hit by ranged attacks and cannot attack, move, or be stunned or knocked down. Call to the Grave. Once per encounter, when Ebb's health is critical, she causes an explosion of Gravelight energy around her that drains health from nearby foes. Ebb uses Gravelight to teleport across the battlefield. Enemies near her cast in the destination locations are hit with Gravelight. So I'm gonna have to pop some into Gravelight eventually, because, like, this is crazy. That's crazy. Ebb is a beast, man.
Can't do that.
I went with 2 magic users and 2 melee users. I really wish the party system was a little bigger,
If only
because then I would use some other things, to be honest.
Stalwart had surrendered years ago. Such needless carnage.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. Well, the only thing that's not exquisite is the Ironfoot knockers now. So everything else is exquisite or masterwork. And of course we can't get his stuff off, so I don't know. Oh, this item can be improved with Spire Forge upgrades, so we need to upgrade his armor. Damp mission report. This disfavored mission report dates back to 430 TR. Only one entry stands out from the meticulously organized whole. It describes an evening patrol where the soldiers spotted a Crimson Spear meeting with a stalwart captain. Whoever wrote the log must have intended on reporting it to their superior officer, but fell in battle before they had the chance. Okay. That should be more evidence against the voices of Nerit. Yep, there it is. Voices of Nerit was feeding the stalwart defenders disfavored battle plans. Oh, no, that's not that. The Scarlet Chorus aided the Unbroken during the Civil War. Jagged Remedy was conscripting from the Unbroken when his forces were forbidden from the region. Disfavored soldiers wanted the Steadfast Insignia, an artifact lost on the Old Walls. They sent a civilian to trespass with the Blade Grave Old Walls on their behalf. Yeah, so I'm apparently so I'm part of the Archon of Justice, so like I'm like Judge Dredd essentially. I'm judge, jury, and executioner in certain circumstances. I'm hoping that I can get to all this stuff before I go through. Ooh. I think we just put on iron gauntlets too. Yep. It's the same thing. That's nice though. What is this? An abandoned well with a rusted gear. Fashion a bypass for the rusted parts to raise the bucket. Use brute strength to force the wheel to turn and bring up the bucket. Yeah, we're gonna go subterfuge. Okay. Did that not do anything? I don't think that did anything.
Will do.
Oh, okay. I have to go back down there. Yeah, I have to go back down there. I didn't know that there was more to over there. Yeah, so while we're doing all this stuff, like, of course I miss things here and there.
Send them at me!
Well, this is interesting.
Lantry, you clumsy shit!
Lantry, you clumsy shit!
Will do.
I mean, this dude's got a lot of HP, apparently. Why is Barrick using the wrong set of weapons? Ah, that's what I fucking saw. Another masterwork? Dude, now we're finding masterworks galore. This hammer is wrapped in hide and made of crude materials, neither of which reduces its intimidating aspect. A direct hit would shatter more than just one's focus on their task at hand. And it's called the Titan's Hoof. So the question is, do we go with armor pen and staggering potency? That was weird. Potency plus 2 might. So he gets 2 might if he uses this, compared to 1 might with the Titan Knuckle. Yeah, so we're gonna switch it. Make sure he's using the right weapon set right now. What do I have him set for in combat? That's the question. Barrick will focus on dealing damage effectively. He will use his Bond of Honor ability on other damage dealers and aggressively make use of Defender's Charge, striking iron and breaking the wall abilities. So if I go Protector, at the start of combat, he will use his Bond of Honor on an ally, maintaining his phalanx stance, and attempt to get the attention of as many enemies as possible. If an ally is in danger, Barrick will attempt to use Defender's Charge to aid. Alright, so why is he on that? Lantry will focus on supporting allies. He will use Renewal at the start of combat to bolster ally defenses. He then will use Erase the record further increasing the party's strength. If Lantry's health is low, he will attempt to use Gift of Moments. If an ally falls in battle, Lantry will attempt to revive them with Second Breath. Lantry will focus on helping the party by debuffing and harassing enemies. Recounting of Deeds will be used to frighten enemies and boost morale in allies. Passage of Hours, Quill Strike, and Quill Storm will be used on high threat and low health targets. If Lantry sees an opportunity, he will strike with Watcher's Judgment. So we're going to go party support. And yeah. And with her, she's fighting offensively. What is Manipulator? Ebb will use her abilities to control the tides of battle. At the start of combat, Ebb will obscure the battlefield in the party's favor with Mother's Breath. She will then attempt to find high-threat targets and focus on using Teradus Grip, Teradus Call, and Mother's Embrace. If enemies get too close, she will use her Repelling Blast to push them away. If Ebb is in real danger, she will retreat to the cover of an ally with Teradus Gate. Okay, so I'm going to keep her on War Mage. And probably put her as aggressive as well. Now, the other thing, I don't think I can do anything with his AI. Yeah, defend party is all I can do. But setting all the other ones up for what they can do is actually worth it. I needed to check her skills. Because Mother's Call and all that stuff, Return to Source, Repelling Wave, Surging Waters, Cascading Embrace, Purifying Waters, Repelling Nova, Teradus Gate, Arcane Missile, Teradus Call, Teradus Grip. Okay, so most of them are from the Gravelight tree for her other one that's not War Mage. So War Mage keeps her in the damage dealing area, where the other one puts her more like I guess debuffing the enemy. Essentially is how you put that. What game are you playing this afternoon, Z? Oh, dude, the renown is crap with this. We got a few new games last night, and I'm kind of excited to try them. But there's one that we are for sure streaming, and it's called Wildermyth. And it looks freaking amazing. Like, it looks amazing. And I really want to play it with two people. Like, I want to play it with me and Z, so we can dual campaign it. Now, the thing is once me and Z get to playing a game together, my stream will probably start a little bit more in the afternoon. So it'll probably start around 11 or 12 and go on until 5 or 6 in the afternoon, because I don't want to ask him to wake up at 6 a.m. just to play with me at 9. So once we start doing that stuff, there'll be like a few weeks of later streams, and then we're back to schedule as is, essentially. Appreciate your help, but there's still the matter of this rust storm. Our troops won't be able to advance until the tornado is dispatched once and for all. Show the steadfast insignia. I was told this artifact might clear the path through the storms. Or we'll do 2-a-days. So I'll break my morning down to 4 hours and put my afternoon at 4 hours. That might be what we do. Break that, go back to 2-a-days. That thing looks more like a cloak pin from here, but these winds haven't been kind to my eyes. She nods towards the wind wall. If it can get us through the storm and into the heart of Sentinel Stand, I won't question the will of Kairos. Lead on, Fatebinder. Alright, so I think we have officially looted everything that we found. Yes, we have. There's nothing else that I see there. By the way, this map looks freaking phenomenal. It really does. It looks phenomenal. But yeah, that might be what we actually do, is go to 2-a-days when we're streaming with him. That way, I can stream in the afternoon and still be able to stream my morning time. Alright, the maelstrom of rust and dirt swirls at deadly speed before you. Getting any closer from where you currently stand would mean certain death. Use the steadfast insignia. Dude, that's cool as crap. The wind wall parts as you hold the steadfast insignia aloft. Dust and debris swirl around a cone-shaped absence projected before you, which stretches into a tunnel of breathable air. The insignia's jewels begin to glow brightly, as if invigorated by this parting of the winds. Whatever dormant state the artifact occupied, it is now awake and full of new potential, should you desire to use it. Oh, there it is. Oh, grant nearby allies resolve an increased resistance to being knocked prone or pushed back. These effects scale with the steadfast insignia's renown. 3 resolve. So my question is, what... Resolve is a defense, I think. Endurance, dodge, parry, magic defense, will defense. Where does resolve come in? What exactly is resolve? Deflection, armor. Okay, I need to see what that is. I feel like an idiot. What is resolve in Tyranny? Ability to endure physical and mental challenges. Resolve is the primary attribute used to derive the endurance, will, and magic defenses. It also increases the durations of afflictions applied by the character. Okay, so I think we're gonna take this off and put this on. Plus 2 resolve for 60 seconds, plus 20 defense against push attacks, plus 20 defense against knockback. Or knockdown. Okay. Okay. So we have 2 artifacts now that my one character is wielding. The Steadfast Insignia and Dauntless. Let's see what... Okay, so we go to 87
This will be fun.
to 91. Heh, we have 69 will defense. I don't know if I really want to put that on anyone else. This one makes him regenerate health. And this one gives him immunity to poison. Whereas this one would give him 3 armor and immunity to petrified if he uses it. That's the thing, is I really don't use them that often. I'm more focused on like the ones that give you passive bonuses than the ones that you actually have to like pop to use. You know what I'm saying?
The path remains open behind us, making way for friend or foe alike. Sentinel's stand has never been more exposed.
That's fine. Save game. Secondary save. So I have my primary save still sitting back before I made one of the decisions, and I can't remember which decision it was. The walls of the keep have been beaten and chipped away by both the storm and the bitter clash between the disfavored and the unbroken. Okay, so there's that up there. Regent Skyblade, can it be? A figure approaches through the storm. The Regent Skyblade seems ready to approach you, or approach and welcome you. Dawning realization comes to her expression as she hoists up her weapon in a stance of challenge. Announce yourself, invader. We haven't sat in the eye of the storm this long to become slaves of Kairos. Take us to Stratus Harridan. Barrack advances on the guard with a menacing air. I don't want to hear any more of your petty threats, or how much you love your country. Deliver us the serpent at the heart of the nest. Dude, I really need... Okay. I don't want to hear any more of your petty threats or how much you love your country. Deliver us to the serpent heart of this nest. What there, big boy? I just watched the storm all day. Stratus is behind the walls. She glances in your direction with wonder. The insignia. The sentry lets out a startled yell. Someone bearing the regent's insignia comes this way. She squints to make out in the storm. Why have you come, stranger? Roar over the volume of the storm. The wind wall is open. I suggest you leave with your lives or join the mound of bodies I left in my wake. The soldier looks to her countrymen and gives you a once-over. This madness isn't worth dying for. Not even the regent would fault us for taking the chance to leave us after all this time. Wait, what? Considering again, the soldier shakes her head and dashes for the opening in the wind wall behind you. Fucking cowards. Though, in honest... Oh. You know what? I really, really, really need... to auto-pause. Auto-pause when hidden object is found. Target destroyed. Party member finishes an extraordinary defense. Enemy spotted. Weapon ineffective. Low health. Melee engaged. We're gonna go low health. Alright. Yes, save it. Tired of getting pooped on, man. Massive spikes split apart the castle walls here, the result of tremendous winds that passed through long ago. Okay, so the problem is every time I see these, I always step on them because they blend in. Like, it's really hard for my eyes to see them because of my color blindness. Regent Skyblade, a stranger. And they let you through. Wearing an uncertain expression, the scout grasps his weapon. Sorry, my wife. I was trying to get my wife to bring me some Tums. I don't know what sorcery carved a safe passage through the storm, but the Regent's fortress has closed to outsiders. Out of my way, peon. No amount of stalwart rats can keep me from wrapping my hands around the Regent's throat. You're smart enough to recognize that us standing here means the Regent's time is over. He pauses and regards you with new respect. You may be right, but I have a duty to protect the Regent and the dignity of my position. I won't hesitate to take up arms against you if you try anything reckless. He speaks as if the prospect gives him no pleasure. I wish that Harridan was more inclined to negotiate for a better option, but he's leaving that responsibility in Kairos' lap. He acts as if he can wait out the storm until it passes, but the rest of us aren't so sure. I think the regent mistakes his place in the matter.
What's up, Austin?
You scared me.
I'm getting a head count for the baby shower.
Are they actually responding? You said a head count for the baby shower. Okay. These are just chewables, right?
Yeah.
That's good. We're definitely not going to be able to do it here. Huh? Your mom needs to get on figuring out what we're going to do. Sorry, we have a baby shower in less than 3 weeks, so she's like, we're trying to figure shit out, you know? I think the regent mistakes his place in the matter. He's the one who suspends the war with an action, and we'll only be too happy to strip him of that. I gotta blow my nose. Alright, sorry, I just don't want anybody hearing that nastiness, you know? I suggest you turn back the way you came. However, it is you got here, and then, however it is, wait, what? I suggest you turn back the way you came. However it is you got here, and inform your superiors that we will not be budged. He hesitates and prepares to speak further. A voice bellows from the other side of the portcullis. Stay your weapons and raise the gate. I would speak with our guests. He looks over his shoulder and frowns. Step forward and present yourself, then. Keep a respectful tongue and you won't have any trouble. Alright, dude. You really think that your little ass is gonna do anything to mess with me? Anything. Straight as Harridan, stalwart's ruler looks at you with a mixture of caution and amazement. His gaze lingers on the steadfast insignia. That explains how you were able to pierce the winds. But why have you come? Not to liberate an enemy, I think. He squints. The long isolation has taken its toll, but we aren't deaf to news of the outside world. I think I recognized a fate binder when I see one, so logic follows that you are the keeper of Vindrian's well. Whoa! Harridan! Varric pounds his fists together hard enough to shake the earth. Come out and face us, coward. You've dodged the reckoning long enough. Dude, he like, bam, and like, fucking made things move. That's insane. The regent blinks. Do I know you? Your face. What little I can make of it eludes me. He sniffs and returns his attention to you. Your friend here seems a mite unstable for emissary work. We've survived in the Overlord's presence for over a year. I live on, and so the regent bloodline endures. Even the disfavored couldn't breach Kairos' wind wall when the edict crashed upon our heads. Though I'm less certain how you managed. He regards you with a hint of resignation. You didn't travel this far to deliver terms of surrender, did you? This storm is destroying your people. Surely you must see the madness in prolonging the inevitable. Sorry to contradict you in front of others, but Ebb casts a side-eye glance at Harridan. They're not his people any longer. The Unbroken outside the keep curse his name, but if this aged fish diddler had any grasp on reality, he'd have offed himself already. I'm not ignorant of my part in the equation. The edicts can only be ended with the blood of the last regent, just as Kairos' decree. Okay. Kairos drafted the Edict of Storms to punish the defenders of Stalwart for hiding behind the walls of their keep. The wording of the edict specifies that the death of the Stalwart's ruling family will end the storm. To this day, the locals are welcome to and encouraged to assassinate their former ruler. I must warn you, I haven't survived this long only to be cut down by Kairos' lapdog. I endured the war and the disfavored suicide march. In the long isolation of this storm, I won't make it easy. What about a disfavored suicide march? In the second year of the war, my personal forces captured one of Graven Ash's elite legions. We divided their numbers for our own protection. Some here, others at Duskwatch, with plans of bargaining with Ash for their lives. You preyed upon the Archon's love for his troops. Monster. The war came to a, shall I say, climactic stalemate when a disfavored force amassed around Sentinel Stand to drive us out and liberate our prisoner. A thoughtful expression overcomes him, but he dispels it with a shake of his head. The rest, as you know, is history. Before the disfavored could finish their desperate attack, the edict swept up my people and Ash's legion like they were made of straw, battering bones and iron into so much dust that now swirls about our head. I remember that day too well. If you had but surrendered, then hundreds of Northerners and Southerners alike would have been spared. Stalwart bows to no one. You armadillo of rust and entropy. Harridan grimaces at Barrack and shakes his head. Your presence alone dirties these noble defenses. Oh, dude. You're gonna die. You're gonna die for that. A true leader would have fought to the very end rather than hide here. Your doubt is understandable, but why should I have fought a losing battle? Stalwart's regents have always endured where others fell. In Sentinel Stand, I could outlast any enemy. And how could I have known that Kairos would be so exacting in punishment? You could have ended this edict long ago. You mean by suicide or execution at the hands of my countrymen? His expression withers. That would betray the dignity of my station and the honor of my soldiers alike. In caving to the Overlord's will, we would lose the very thing which makes Stalwart great, our perseverance. I took no pleasure in watching storms ravage my country, here from the safety of the eye. I have suffered the weight of that decision every day, but I would never second guess it. Your burden is nothing to mine. Or that of your people. Consign your country to this is unforgivable. Dude. You are a coward, and I'll see you die like one too. Damn, Barrack. Barrack does not like this guy at all. No. Yeah, automatic timeout, bro. 1 second. We gotta ban this stupid ass bot. When Kairos called on Ash to submit, he chose his soldiers' lives over his pride. You are a coward, and I'll see you die like one too. What have you gained from the long stalemate beyond the hatred of your people? He hesitates to answer this at first, then screws his face into a grimace. The people do not know what is best for Stalwart. We need a strong leader who understands the traditions of the realm, whose blood is part of that storied heritage. If they spite me for preserving our strengths here and outlasting the war, so be it. I did not accept this mantle for adoration. What have I gained? I have kept Stalwart alive in this self-imposed prison. Whatever else you may think, the desperation to reach this place and end my life only confirms the righteousness of that decision, as hard as it has been. So he's literally like saying, oh man, yeah, it's fine. I did this to preserve Stalwart, but it's just to save his own life. I'm gonna end the edict one way or another. Will you help me or not? I will not, and you are fool to think that I would accept such an outrageous proposal. Given everything that it represents, the very pride of my station hinges on rejecting your impossible solution. He raises his voice for all to hear. As regent of the great realm of Stalwart, I eject you from the courtesy or invitation that holds you to these walls and banish you from my lands. Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but that's not how this is going to play out. Typically, that the attendants of Kairos present no agreeable terms. Typical that the attendants of Kairos present no agreeable terms. You may distort the histories to reflect that I forced this confrontation, but everyone here will remember that when your overlord locked me in an impossible choice, I chose Stalwart. Harridan turns away and heads through the portcullis. What a bitch, dude. So he literally just ran from me.
Will be fine.
Okay. Barrett, go catch him.
I will aid you.
I want to see Barrett just shit on this dude. Bap! Bap! Bap!
Blood spills.
This is embarrassing.
Dude, she was prone for a while. Bap! Oh, really? Fucker threw sand in my face. Broken Spear. The most you could offer now is a tool for punishing unruly soldiers, or a source of leverage. Okay.
Can't do that.
This winch is battered and appears barely functional. It looks like it could break at any moment. So that's what the broken spear was
Can't
for.
do that.
Yeah, broken spear was to heave that thing up. Alright, so, oh shit, look at this guy. Regent's Resolute Blade.
I am a shield wall unto myself.
Oh, wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
Await my signal.
Sorry, that as well.
I need to try a different weapon.
Did I really not just hit anyone?
Too easy.
I need to try a different weapon.
I need to try another tactic. This isn't working.
I will aid you.
As you command.
Alright, everybody's attacking different people. So I have to force them all to
This
attack the
weapon is
same.
like nipples on men. Useless. Oh, I'm terrible at this. How am I not dead yet?
This is embarrassing.
Idiot.
I gotta make maps this afternoon, by the way. So that's my plan. Have to make a couple more maps for our D&D game sesh Saturday. Bap! I've made quite a few so far, though. So I don't know like how many of you guys actually see the D&D sessions on Saturdays, but like we put a lot of work into it. Like a lot of work into it.
Let me try. Looks simple enough.
I like looting things. Oh, hell yeah. Just about all of our active stuff is gone. All of our combos were gone, so resting to get some of the combos back was needed. I also want to know, like, how long it's going to take me to level this thing up, because I'm not gaining any renown from it. This is gonna be a shit fight, I can already tell. There's some big mofo down there.
I got it.
Another battle? I think we're bad at making friends.
I'll do it for the...
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
I got it.
Words can cause more harm than this useless weapon.
Come on. Die, you old bitch. Thank you. These other ones should actually be fairly easy. I am going to sweep attack though.
Can't.
Stalwart prevails!
I mean, both of these guys are just wrecking that one up there. Can you die? Thank you.
Watch and learn.
Smack him hard. What bap? What bappity bap? Stalwart bronze sword and scavenger's mask. I think that mask is going to be better. Yeah. But I think hers is exactly the same as this one. It is. I like that Lantry looks like a ninja. Massive spikes of stone. Alright, massive spikes of stone flare out from the ground, where a storm of unimaginable power ripped through the terrain. The weapons and armor of soldiers ripped from their bodies are now encased in the stone as silent effigies of Kairos' wrath. Dude, I really, like, this is fucking... This game is actually a lot better than what I imagined it was gonna be. I thought it was just gonna be like some poorly put together short-ass campaign, but, it's not. So, I'm kind of happy with the outcome so far. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back the other way. First of all, I'm gonna get some... Oh, where's that trap? It says trap detected. Where?
See that?
Oh, is it this? Honestly, don't see a fucking trap.
I need to try something else.
Yeah, honestly, don't see a trap.
This weapon is like nipples on men. Useless.
Like, it states that there's a trap, I just don't see it.
On it.
Crashing Thunder. Two-handed hammer called Crashing Thunder. This item can be created at the forge. Alright. New spire plan available. And scavenger leather gloves. Alright, well, I think we're all good. With him, I have to keep wearing heavy armor, so there's no chance of me switching out that. While I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and go up there. I have to run back and grab whatever's in this top left corner up here. Before I continue forward. Alright, so... hopefully they don't, like, run up top. No, they're not. Okay. I still don't see that trap that it told me about. It told me there was a trap, and I did not see it.
Interesting.
Someone stop.
Ah. Fuck it.
Well, what do you have here?
I mean, this is why we have potions, right?
Oh, if I had an iron ring for every dumbass mistake of mine.
Kind of funny because Derek is doing the tanking right now.
Will do.
Oh, that was a great.
On your knees, worm!
Wow, ball lightning missed him. Dude. Another fucking masterwork. +1 bronze ring on kill. That's cool. This bronze blade exhibits an unusual property. After dealing a killing blow, a single bronze ring tumbles to the ground under the ring blade. Smiths have attempted and failed to replicate this strange art. They gave up over time, theorizing that there was no special property to reproduce. The sword simply paid its wielder for services rendered. Dude. Why does that look so cool, though? Yeah, masterworks for days right now. I'm so down. Alright, so we have to go all the way back over here. But dude, I'm just grabbing tons of masterworks now. So I guess I'm at that point in the game where, like, I'm starting to get in-game gear. That's my assumption right now. Oh, there was the trap. Found it.
Got it.
Top that off. Pop that. Dude, I almost have 2 full sets of shit to do here. Oh, I need to go ahead and save. I've got so much shit. That's what I was trying to get at. I have so much stuff that I'm gonna grab a bunch of iron, like a bunch of iron rings, by the time I get back. Okay. Minus 4% deflection. I want to see what this even looks like. Looks dumb. We'll just sell it. It's not better than the hood she's already got on, so... Like, the only thing that is better is the recovery time. Oh, my bejesus. 1, 2... First things first.
Heads up, we have company. I should try something else.
Yeah, first things first, big damage boy has to die.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working.
Take that.
Okay, so we did that. Now let's go here and here.
Anyone else want some of this?
Harsh words cause more.
Alright, Barrick.
Should try that.
Barrick got knocked down.
Again.
Hey! Nobody saw that, right?
I'm going down.
Really?
I had an iron ring for every dumbass mistake of mine.
Good as new. At least new.
Alright, Barrick, can you actually drink a fucking potion?
Harsh words would cause more harm than this. Useless weapon.
Come on, I need one of these guys to fucking die. There we go.
Wrong weapon for the job. I need to try something else.
I will aid you.
This weapon is like
I
nipples
need
on men.
everybody to focus.
Right.
Useless.
Pay attention, kids. You might learn something.
I will aid you.
Damn it, Barrick.
Idiot! What was I thinking? I've got you now. I'm enjoying this a little too much.
Alright, can we actually hit breaking the wall this time, please? There we go. Jeez, old Pete, dude. So, unbroken gauntlets, I wonder if they're better. No, I lose armor.
On it.
Well, now he's full. So now we gotta start working on someone else's. Oh, dude, look at this. So what is lucky? Plus 5% critical hit deflection, plus 5% hit precision. Okay. That works. I think I'm going to rest again, since, you know, Dickface here decided that he was going to go down. But it's also my fault, considering that I've never upgraded his armor, even though I could have. So that's my stupidity. Not upgrading the armor that's attached to Barrick his entire life. But I also do need more bronze ingots, so I need to find somebody that sells ingots and then just buy all the ingots off of them. Okay. Demetrius, I've been waiting a long time to finish what we started, Regent. You've sat with your cowardice and shame long enough, haven't you? He draws his weapon. If you beg me for death, I'll make it painless. If you want to see me on my knees, you'll have to prop up my corpse for the delight of your inbred cohorts. But don't speak to me of cowardice and bravery. The disfavored needs Kairos' arcana to prevail in the end. I'm sure that an army of lice-bitten rats could have succeeded with those odds on their side. You took a legion hostage, and didn't even have the nerve to meet us on the field of battle. Coward. Demetrius advances a step. I will earn Ash's favor when I bring him your head. No one in Stalwart will will weep for your enemies. Okay. Or your demise. I think that's what it says. Yeah. Something in the Regent's demeanor shifts as he catches your eye. So Fatebinder joins the fray. You must not like your odds if you brought so much backup. Your timing is impeccable, Fatebinder. He gestures to Harridan. Let us put down this sick dog together. I don't believe we've been introduced. You should have done the right thing and ended the edict yourself, Stratus. This is on you. Sentinel Stan will go to the disfavored for the glory of Ash. Surrender, Amelia, and we will show mercy to your soldiers. Okay. I will not stand here and countenance another moment of your judgment. I have acted for the interest of Stalwart, and if I die today, I die a patriot. He's such a bitch. The only patriots here are those of us who showed up to ram the disfavored standard up your creaky stern. Come on, let's end this edict together, old man. Demetrius and his soldiers advance. Alright, so...
This will be fun.
Okay. First things first.
Let's give them something to remember.
Too easy.
On it.
Come on. Oh, you knocked me down, really.
This is useless. I should try something else.
Fucking die.
Await my signal.
Harsh words would cause more harm than this. Consider it done.
Alright, Barrick.
I need to try a different tactic. This isn't working.
Fucking hit him. Oh, well, I guess I can't restore and touch anybody but my own group, so...
I'm afraid.
Hey! Nobody saw that, right?
My dad called. The Regent lies on the ground, bloodied and defeated. He extends his good arm and drops his weapon. If only I had the breath to spend defying you, but I fear the fight has left me. What a moment to witness, the last of stalwart defenders shattering under the disfavored's boot. Demetrius beams with pride and rears back to kick Harridan in the head, but stops himself. I'll give you the honors. Let's kill this wretch and put an end to the edict at last. One of Stratus's soldiers moves between you and Harridan, tearing off her helmet. I won't let you do this. What? Amelia, is that you? Demetrius's weapon falls from his hand as he salutes. I hardly recognize you. Why are you fighting with the Regent's personal guard? Some of us could use an explanation, and some of us could use a stiff drink, but you don't see me breaking into your home and slaughtering my way to the decanter, do you? She shakes her head. Provisions without end in the cellar, but nothing to distill. I'm not the northern warlord I once was. She winces at the very thought. Sitting out of the conflict made me see this conquest from a different perspective. She looks to you with a plea in her eyes. We were young. Kairos led us from the right path centuries ago. We marched south to finish the Overlord's work, but... She squeezes her eyes shut. Don't you see that the tears are the last chance for us to make this right? Amelia, the Regent's voice softens. You don't have to say anything further. You were a prisoner. What happened? This is no time for a story, she glares. Not while we have our blades pointed at each other. If any of us survives this, which I suspect isn't likely, I'll tell you everything. But right now, we need to stand down and back away from the Regent. Why are you fighting for Stalwart? Because Stalwart has a fighting chance at winning back their independence. Because we invaded this realm on the mad whims of a tyrant. Because of many reasons. Fighting for the Regent is treason. By whose definition of the word? Not yours, I'm sure. No, you and the rest of the Fatebinders are nothing but mouthpieces for Kairos' law. A system you barely understand, and my father kills to defend. My father. Her voice catches, and it takes a moment to find her words. I love my father, but it's nothing compared to the love I felt for the father of... Amelia, please be silent. Stratus looks to her with desperation. It's over, you understand? I'm dying. Save your strength for more important things. So she has a kid with Stratus. He turns to you with resolved expression, and you know he's almost lost too much blood to maintain it. I am the last of the Regents. If you mean to end the Edict of Storms, then I accept my fate. One last chance, Regent. Will you end the Edict yourself? For Ashen the Disfavored, I vow to give you a clean death. For Ashen the North, it's time to strike back these southern ingrates. Demetrius balls his fists and nods to you to make your move. Before you can take action, you catch Amelia begin to raise her weapon from the corner of your eye. Amelia, stop. Stratus winces, hardly possessing the energy to argue. You have to keep your promise, remember? The focused, determined air about Amelia falls to resignation. She delivers a curt nod and leaves the room, darting you a killing look on her way out. Okay. So, I bet you it's not going to go away. Amelia disappears into another room, unwilling to watch what you're about to unfold. Kill the Regent, Fatebinder. Let's put this shameful chapter of the conquest behind us. Along with the Edict of Storms, he spares a final look at Stratus Harridan. You should be proud, Regent. In death, you'll accomplish more than you ever did in life. You'll excuse me if I disagree, you northern pig. Stratus looks up at you with hope and pain in his eyes. And so falls the last enemy of Stalwart. Goodbye, Regent. The captain goes down with the ship, but you die a coward. You take up a fallen sword from the floor and drive it through Stratus Harridan's heart, killing him instantly. I don't think the edict is done. Stratus' body falls to the ground and you watch the blood pool onto the floor in silence. There's a feeling of anticipation in the air, but as the seconds pass, it never materializes into anything. The surge of arcane energy and sense of relief you experienced in Ascension Hall is missing. You hear the howl of the storm outside and realize that the edict endures. Demetrius furrows his brow in confusion. The last of the regents is dead, yet Kairos' storm continues. What could we have possibly missed? From across the hall, you hear an infant cry, a baby's cry, and realization dawns on you. Yeah. Fucking knew that was gonna happen. Oh, dude. Eight parry, 8 dodge, 8 endurance. This shield was carried across 3 generations of stalwart regents, and was primarily associated with their war finery. Faithful Promise commemorates the vow made by the regent Hardron to never allow Stalwart to fall into enemy hands. Yeah, so now we have 2 masterworks equipped. Dude, we gotta kill a baby. We have to kill a baby. That's rough. No mercy? A region has always ruled from this throne in Stalwart for the last 500 years, an unbroken bloodline that has survived through numerous generations. Something's wrong, I can feel it. Yeah, there's a fucking child. Oh, here she goes. Blocking the doorway, Amelia regards you with eyes that brim with tears, yet blaze with hints of her father's grim resolve. She has armored herself in disfavored raiment to face you down. Stay away from my daughter, you will not have her. Oh no. Oh, by the Archon's mercy, don't let this be so. Barrett covers his face and howls softly. Your daughter is the regent heir? Now that you've killed Stratus Herodin, she is. Amelia draws herself up and glares at you. She has nothing to do with Kairos or the Edict. You have no right to judge her on the basis of blood. How is this possible? My union with Stratus the Younger. Even in remembrance, Amelia doesn't shed her warlike resolve. He showed me kindness behind the walls and taught me about Stalwart and the Tears, the culture and heritage that made these people the pride of the realm. He died in the 3rd year of the conquest. A disfavored spear pinned him to the ground, and he fought to defend and never rose again. Did you know this would prolong the edict? We suspected that the bloodline would implicate my baby in Kairos' eyes, but I knew nothing for certain until this moment. She shakes her head. Don't ask me to interpret the Overlord's heartless design. I have no love for this edict, if that's what you're asking. It's torn a noble realm to pieces, fractured the pillar of their culture, and ruined countless lives. She releases a heavy sigh and hardens her intense gaze. But I have a responsibility to my people, or to the people of Stalwart, to preserve their heritage and leadership. My father and the other Archons destroyed this nation. She and I, Amelia glances back at the crib, then quickly focuses back on you. We can help put it together. What a naive notion. I had thought better of you, but this shows nothing but contempt for all that the disfavored accomplished and sacrificed in the conquest. Demetrius shakes his head with disapproval. The regent remained in sentinel stand for her protection. The edict was his responsibility to shoulder, not hers. She tips her head down in challenge. My daughter will not be another victim of Kairos' conquest. She has the blood of the North coursing through her veins, and no one has the right to take her life. The child must die to end the edict. Stand aside or share her fate. It must be done. What is one baby against the fate of Stalwart? Calm yourself, Amelia. There must be another way. The regent's grandfather sends his respects. Another way. Demetrius shakes his head in sadness. Amelia turned her back on the Legion. The general has no place for disloyal, no matter whose blood throws through their veins. All the same, if you can guarantee my daughter's life, I'll return to Ash and submit to his judgment. She frowns, harsh as it be. But that still leaves us with the matter of the edict. What could we possibly do about the Edict of Storms? Regent blood throws through my daughter's veins. Perhaps there is a way to circumvent Kyros's law. I must research the matter. You make a good point. It's entirely hopeless. The child dies. No, to raise my hands against the scion of Ash. I cannot bear to look the general in the eye again. Heartless piece of shit. You will not touch my daughter. Amelia draws her weapon and lunges at you.
More!
I mean, I really didn't want to fight her, but...
Body count!
She really kind of leaves me no choice.
Yeah, idiot! What was I thinking?
I got it. Will do.
Wait, is Beric disarmed?
Pieces!
Amelia lies in a pool of blood, whimpering and reaching for her daughter's crib. Then she falls still. From across the room, you hear the baby redouble her cries. The lieutenant stares down at Amelia's body, his expression softer for a moment. A tragedy. For us, for the North, for Ash. He clears his throat and gestures at the crib. Better handle it then. Outside, the storm continues, its assault upon the keep. Its unyielding howls cannot silence the cries from across the room. Only one thing can. Oof. Vic. One armor penetrated by attacks when inflicting crits.
Let's be off.
I mean...
Nothing I can't handle.
This crib has been meticulously cleaned, while other objects in the hall have traces of dust and metallic powder on them. None of it is found here. Takes but a moment, and then the deed is done. The heir to the Regency is stalwart lies still in the
Can
crib.
someone confirm today's date? Nothing's worse than approximate birth and death dates in a pedigree diagram.
The crime here was the parents bringing this child to life, knowing full well what the edict decreed. To value your own flesh over an entire realm. Disgusting.
I'm a dick.
Horrible. And yet, it had to be done. This edict was a blemish on Ash's record, and we are better off without it.
You have gained wrath with the disfavored. You have gained wrath with Graven Ash. Silence descends upon the hall. For a moment, it seems as if the winds outside have halted their dance. A loud crash against the hall doors breaks the stillness. Outside, the storm begins to whip about furiously, sending dust and debris into the chamber. What? At first, you think the force of arcane power dissipating is enough to carve the skin from your bones, a sensation you attribute to the Edict of Storms, but it cools just as quickly. Okay, so, yeah. The edict is gone. I'm such a dick. The winds buffeting the keep have abated. Outside, an eerie silence pervades the air, a stillness that hasn't visited Stalwart for a long time. You can hear the symbols that have brought the Edict of Storms into being, each syllable proclaiming itself from a newfound corner of your mind. It would seem the edict is now a part of you, unbroken, gain major favor. Ah, I can hear the wind subsiding at long last. The edict is past, and soon we may even see the skies over Stalwart. The death of the babe, a terrifying thing, and yet we've returned so much life to these beleaguered lands. I don't know if anything can redeem this act, but the Legion may venture to try. Preserving all that make the disfavored right, our deeds, our honor, that would be absolution enough. The babe had the blood of the North. After all, she would have wanted that. Stalemate between the unbroken and the disfavored is at an end. A victory that can't be measured in rings. Thank you, Fatebinder. I'll remain at Sentinel Stand to secure this location and send word to Ash of your excellent work. Yeah, I'm that fucking guy. Your power has increased. Oh my gosh. 1,050. What happens when I fill the bar up, I wonder? God, I'm such an ass, dude. I can't believe I just did that. That, man, that's gonna hurt for a while. That sucks, dude. But as Ebb stated, they did that knowing full well that they shouldn't have. The keep is safe in our hands. Repairs are already underway. Yeah. Ash will want to hear about what we've accomplished here. I'll hang back and oversee repairs of the defenses. Oh, no. Man, oh man, I feel like such a fucking dick. Why did it have to go like that, though? That's the question. Why did it have to go like that? Why does the game force you to kill a child? Literally forces you to kill a child. That's gonna fuck with me for a hot minute. Oh, Ebb's got something to fucking say.
That's twice now you've undone one of Kairos' edicts. If you're trying to invite the wrath of the Overlord, good job. The Edict of Storms promised to be the death of the peninsula. I have no idea how the Unbroken lasted as long as they did. What with the blighted crops, obliterated roads, and the erratic flooding. What is it you need?
Yeah. Oh. I don't like what that game just made me do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's not fun. Man. These writers, dude. These writers really fucked with us. I have a lot of shit to sell, so that's what I'm gonna go do real quick before I do anything else. Watch Grave and Ash just be pissed with me. I felt my daughter die. He's gonna be fucking livid. Straight up fucking livid. Dude, 7 iron? I was actually kind of hoping that he would have some other stuff that I need. I don't even know how many camping supplies. I can take 2. I'm really, really not happy. I really am not. So we have a stone core now. Giant boulder. Form a huge stone boulder, then send it hurtling forward. The boulder bounces erratically and flattens everything in its path, crushing or dealing crush damage. Stone spike. Sigil of Spell Surge. $20 to $30. Okay, let's go to this one. And then let's go to this one. 33 to 46. Let's go ahead and like pop all the shit that I can on there. See how high we can actually make this spell. 270. That's insane, dude. You can really make that bitch just ginormous. I really don't think there was another way to do that. There may have been, but it literally states that the heir, like anybody with that bloodline, had to die. So, yeah, Graven Ash is gonna be pissed. The great keep of Sentinel Stand is ours. Oh, how I relish tearing down every vestige of the Unbroken and burying the standard of that corrupted realm. This is a great victory for the disfavored. What's more, we are delivered from the Edict of Storms. My runners speak of you in glowing terms, though I instructed them specifically not to report on your deeds in too much detail. I wanted to hear it from no one but the source. I would know more about how it felt to stand in the center of the storms as the Overlord's magic dissolved around you. You must be weary from your travels. I'm eager to hear your account, but I will understand if you still need to gather your thoughts. This is a joyous day, and I wouldn't spoil it with impatience. Let's go over my success at Sentinel Stand. I claim the Ocean Spire. Another spire added to your arsenal. Impressive. But I question what you can do with 2, 3, 7, 8 spires at your command that you cannot do with 1. Be sure and clue me in once you figure it out. I can only imagine that Tunon will be interested as well, not to mention the voices of Near It. Like it or not, you have our attention, and we'll be watching. Let's talk about Amelia. My Amelia. I can no longer sense her presence, and have anticipated the worst since you returned from Sentinel Stand. As a general, I can be cautious, but only as a father can I know fear. Ash clenches his hands into tight fists at his sides. Say what you would, then. She had a daughter, with Stratus the Younger, the Regent's son. What are you saying, Fatebinder? My Amelia is too noble to lay with a southern wretch, much less willingly bear his polluted offspring. No, this is some fabrication. A joke at my expense. I cannot. Ash squeezes his eyes shut and shakes his head vigorously. No, no, no. The very idea repulses me beyond all measure. And you, Fatebinder, he bears down on you with madness in his eyes. If you would bring slander and atrocity to this fort, then I will instruct Tunon to strike your head from your lawful neck. Do you hear me? He bellows with such force that spittle wets his beard. and the cohorts of the training yard turn with panic in their eyes. Ash cuts off his speech and holds his rigid posture. Throughout the prolonged silence, you aren't sure if he plans on swinging his mace in a wide arc or simply exploding from the tension he fights to repress. A vein rises along the crest of his scalp and slowly recedes as Ash calms his breathing. Speak no more of these lies. I won't have them poisoning the air of Iron Hearth and the ears of my fellow countrymen. You are a fool if you think I'd believe such an obvious Russ. Ash regards you with uncertainty, his eyes searching for truth or contradiction. I was forced to kill her. You did what? I was prepared for your jest or evasion, but I hear none of it in your voice. I had felt a disruption in my daughter's bond to have fallen by your hand. The Archon's fist squeezed so hard that you can hear his gauntlets buckle under the strain. Shatterer of houses and defiler of families. Only by the will of Kairos could you leave this fortress with your life. I will break you in ways unimaginable by even the voices of Nerit. What I inflict will redefine the boundaries of cruelty. Her baby needed to die to end the edict. I had no choice. So you pretend that you severed my bloodline in the name of duty? If you don't know the meaning of restraint or of responsibility, then you have no business associating with my decorated legion. Would that I had simply drowned you upon your arrival at the Apex Valley and spared myself the grief. What am I to do with you, Fatebinder? Or should I call you sower of atrocities? I would be within my rights to end your life here and now, but losing the favor of Tunon might prove a crippling setback to the war. In all my centuries, I have never stood at such an impasse. You haven't forgotten that this is a war, then? Amelia was one casualty out of thousands. Do not use this conflict against me, or pretend you know more of it than I do. I'm the Archon of War, and you are nothing. But in spite of myself, I concede your point. This war has claimed many of my best already, and no doubt more of them will fall in time. Ash bows his head in sorrow. She will be given all the proper rights that a northern soldier deserves, nothing more or less. My daughter is dead, and this is no wound that time could heal. Take this lesson, if nothing else, Fatebinder. An Archon's lifespan is burden and curse beyond all mortal reckoning. Family, country, loyalty, the things that truly matter are made to last. They too will crumble and die in their course. What does you require? I return from Sentinel Stand. The seat of the Regents and the tarnished gem of Stalwart. I have anticipated this, so tell me, what do you have to report? Stratus Harridan is dead. That is gratifying to hear. Coward spent too long crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand, and deserved none of Kairos' mercy. The Regent family was an inbred and corrupted line of failed rulers. They had neither the courage nor the grit to lead their realm to prosperity. As they demonstrated, Stalwart is much improved by their absence. The Edict of Storms is ended. And I have breathed fresh air for the first time since I returned to Iron Hearth. You managed to accomplish what my forces could not. More importantly, you have abated Kairos' anger for the time being. With the great stalemate of the conquest ended, surely you have earned the favor of Tunon and Kairos alike. Every deed you accomplish in the name of the disfavored proves our right to rule these lands. Ash balls a fist and enthusiastically pumps it into the air. How did it feel, Fatebinder? I have not had the distinction of breaking an edict, much less several. Felt like breaking a spell, more like absorbing it. I am toying with powers of which I know little. If it's all the same, I'll keep my feelings of the matter to myself. That is your prerogative, though I would caution you against keeping secrets from me. The disfavored are a family in ways that transcend blood, and much of our strength comes from the mutual trust. Your actions at Vendrian's Well have caused us all to expect more than you were ever prepared to shoulder as a legal clerk. Living up to your admittedly high expectations will do more than merely get you through this war. There are greater things to come once the dust settles. So what's our next steps? Bladegrave region is now controlled by the disfavored. First things first, my soldiers reported on your activities in the Blade Grave. They saw what happened when you broke the Edict of Storms. The power of this edict flowed through you like the wind. No one could account for it, but I have my suspicions. You are becoming powerful, perhaps in ways I don't even understand. I can't explain it, but when I break edicts or access spires, I feel stronger. Something has responded to my activities, that much is clear. These are tools beyond the kin of people or archons alike. Take care that you don't overstep your bounds. In Kairos' hierarchy, someone always notices. With that out of the way, let us return to the matter of the war. Our position in the tiers is strengthened day by day, but there's work still to be done. It's time to broaden our scope in this war. There are 2 regions of interest, and either of them would strengthen our hold in the realm. Lethian's Crossing is home to merchants and skilled forge-bound artisans. The Burning Library was home of the all-knowing sages before Kairos reduced it to cinders. I'll head to Lethian's Crossing. Since you were kind enough to leave the crossing in the hands of my legion, after your stint as governor, I think you should find the settlement most accommodating. The Forgebound are critical for keeping Kairos' forces armed, and we should work to shield them from the trials of this war. A Forgebound master is making her way to Lethian's Crossing right now. Her name is Zedinia. It would be best to intercept her first. If we recognize the value of her and her fellow artisans, then others will inevitably arrive at the same conclusion. An elder lives in one of the settlement's meager hovels. Eldian, they call him. He may know more about the region. Okay. Lethian's Crossing should be really fucking fast. I'm not going to do it today. We only have a few minutes, so I'm probably just going to save it here and call it. So, yeah, we only got like 10 minutes left. So I guess I'm going to go downstairs and get some food and then come back up here and chill and watch some streams and get some shit done later tonight. So anyway, guys, I do appreciate you guys hanging out today. You guys are awesome. Also, thank you, Coil, for the bits, the 100 biddies. And West Joe for your raid today. You guys are awesome. But yeah, so that's it for this week. Saturday we have some more D&D coming, and then we'll pick this back up on Monday. So that's about all I got for you guys, man. Honestly, it was a pretty good day on Tyranny. I really don't think we have a whole lot left, to be real with you. So, yeah. That's about all I got, man. So, I don't know if Z is actually streaming today, so we'll probably go ahead and host Lorthan today. And then I'll get back up and do some other things. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out, man. I am going to jump off of here and go get some food and just go chill for a bit. Anyway, guys, I will catch you guys Saturday at noon. You guys have a good one.